Bing bum 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 bum. Okay, so yesterday we did the first 3 days. We saved Gretchen in the woods, but Duke died, and then we saved Rosalina's friends, but her foot got cut off in a mine collapse, and then we brought everybody to the haunting, the ghost hunt, but we weren't able to cleanse the home. All right, so I think we just pick up right where we left off. I guess I could do a recap. I think some people will appreciate that. Wonder if I should read these. Welcome to our family's humble estate. Unfortunately, due to the current state of the house, only a few rooms will be safely accessible during your stay. I wouldn't go wandering anywhere else if you value your limbs. The floors have been known to give out. Afraid. Wait a minute. You must be. Oh my god, wait, I heard somebody at the school talk about how the long-lost Scarlet heir was coming back to town this week. You know, for the funeral? That must be her. The country ambiance clashes terribly with the goth woman behind the counter, who has been eyeing you with something between curiosity and dawning horror. Oh my god. She was clearly trying to say it quietly, but of course you heard her. You're the only two people here. And then it emerges, an honest-to-goodness mountain lion, and there's something horribly wrong with it. A blood that runs and runs becomes nothing. It doesn't bother trying to hide now, leaping down into the clearing with killing intent in its wide yellow eyes, ready to finish what it started. And then... damn, nearly had the thing. Wait, a run-in? What kind of run-in? Was it supernatural? Oh, he was early Kyla, right? Like I said, you won't believe it. Now put that dang camera away. At least it's a nice night, even if the circumstances leave something to be desired. Help yourself to jerky. As for the beer, I was planning on having both cans myself, but I suppose I could be convinced to spare one. Duke grapples with the thing as it grabs at his shotgun, pushing the barrel out of the way as it grasps for Birdie with oddly jointed limbs, while Stella stares in shocked silence, as if paused, watching as the other creature attempts to wrestle Gretchen into the darkness, her desperate cries going unheeded. You dive for Gretchen, attempting to snatch her away from the thing's misshapen hands. Oh, Millie, my hero! You manage to grab her, but the creature isn't deterred. It rears back on its hind legs, its mouth opening, whispered tones sliding out alongside something sharp and unnatural. But then there's the deafening blast of Duke's shotgun, and suddenly it is gone. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what do we do? Stella, keep an eye on her for us. Make sure she doesn't get in any more trouble. Your cousin reaches for the headlights. Millie, welcome home. You're finally where you were meant to be. The figure steps out of the light, disappearing back into the darkness of the woods. I'm going to bed. See you tomorrow. Oh good, he's still here. But listen, you better stay out of trouble today. I want you home by sunset. I don't want to hear complaints. Just do what I ask and we won't have any more problems. Tabitha takes a few steps toward the door. Sunset. Wow, that is some heavy stuff. No wonder Stella seemed distant. I'm going to keep my ears open for you. The diner's where everyone goes to gossip, so I hear a lot about what goes on around here. I'll let you know if anyone mentions these monsters or anything else strange or unusual. Have either of you seen Rosalina around town? I don't want to be a helicopter dad, but she hasn't been answering my texts, and I want to make sure she isn't getting into trouble out there. Stop, what's going to happen? As you leave Tabitha's office, you take a moment to get your bearings, only to be interrupted by a sudden movement out of the corner of your eye. A girl carrying a bundle of snacks pops through a hole in the fence and disappears over the crest of a hill. She didn't. I guess the old Maxwell place doesn't cut it as a secret hangout these days. But the Shaw mine? That place was shut down like 100 years ago. After a collapse that killed over 100 people. You pull out your phone and dial your cousin. What is it? You know I'm in a meeting. A kid just snuck into the Shaw mine. I figured you should know. What? Are you serious? Why do things keep happening to me? Whatever. I'll head over as soon as I can. Just stay where you are and wait for me, okay? A man named Charles Shaw decided it was okay to use faulty wood for support struts, and the entire mine came down. A lucky few died instantaneously, but for most of the souls who perished here, it was slow and agonizing. Your father was a foreman at the continuous mining facility. We'll see if he even has a job tomorrow morning. My dad says our house is haunted. But she's interrupted by a pair of thunderous knocks. Wait a second, where'd 3 of you run off to? Are you kidding me? There's something in the darkness before you that's much louder, though you don't hear it, but you can feel it in your chest like the deep growl of a predator. What do you think you're doing? Get away from there! Your cousin dives toward you, but not before the light from your phone illuminates the chamber. Millie, are you all right? Wait, Becca and Alexis are still down there. You can't just leave them here. I know which way they were going. They'll listen to you this time, I promise. Your surroundings quake as the mine collapses around you. Tabitha doesn't say a word as the car cuts along the darkened road. There are 2 of them now. What happened to your glass house? Asshole squatter move in. Kick Dustin Mom out. As you ready to leave, Janie approaches from the far side of the kitchen. Tabitha remains between the 2 of you, impatiently tapping her foot. Oh, Millie, before you go, I heard about what happened last night. I heard about it before Miss Tabitha mentioned it just now, and then I heard it again. I just wanted to say that I'm so sorry you got caught up in that. I'll be praying for Oscar and poor little Rosalina. They're such sweethearts. Couldn't have happened to nicer people. Morning. Is the new blend ready? Of course. Millie, if you'd like to keep Miles company, Tabitha and I will be just a minute. Oh, excuse me. Wait, you're Millie, aren't you? My name's Beau. I'm Duke's boy. It's a pleasure to meet you. The policeman told me you saw what happened to my daddy. Tabitha stops in front of a small house on a quiet hill just off Main Street. The Scarlets own most of the houses out here. We rent them out to employees. Just more convenient, you know? Your cousin pulls a heavy set of keys from her pockets. She picks out one marked with a bright strip of green tape and unlocks the door. Come on in. Don't worry, it's empty. Yep, he's a dog. You can tell this dog is the mayor from his little sash and fancy top hat. There's a regal air about him, almost as if he knows the position of authority he's been elected to. Before you can catch up to your companions, you're intercepted by a nervous man with a cross around his neck. It's hard to put a finger on it, but something compels you to dislike this man. Sounds like old Gretchen and the mayor may have some unresolved issues, wouldn't you say? I'm Pastor Daniel. I take it you're Millie? Everyone's been buzzing about you. I'm so sorry about your aunt. I'm sure she's in a better place now. If you'd ever like to discuss your beliefs, my door is always open. The basement is what you might expect out of a tortured artist who spends all of his time confined to his studio. Discarded canvases line its edges, while trash and sketches leak out from their piles in the corners of the room, hiding the bare cement floor. Ghoulish faces coat the walls in paint, sneering out at their creator. Your mom is so scary. She can be a little intense, kind of overprotective, I guess, which makes sense. Anyway, make yourselves comfortable. You'll have to forgive the mess. I've been distracted lately. I haven't been cleaning much. Dinner's already laid out. Dinner rolls, spaghetti, and a light salad. Kanika anxiously picks at her food. Stella's nervously talkative, and Reese is suddenly quiet and tense, his shoulders tight as his mother perches on the chair next to his. Dr. Kelly eyes all of you with a sharp, fierce gaze. So, we were talking about maybe watching a movie sometime this week while Millie's still in town. We'll have to see how you're feeling. I can handle a movie, Doc. Yeah, we'll just sit downstairs in the dark. Reese is used to that. I'm sure it'll be okay. You're always overestimating how much you're able to do, Reese. This is why you keep getting sick. If I get sick, so what? It's not like that's ever going to change. I'm sick every day and I'm not getting better. I don't want to spend the last few miserable years of my life holed up in the basement alone just because seeing my friends has been deemed too strenuous. I'm an adult, for God's sake. Can't believe I have to ask for permission from my mom just to have friends over. Reese stops mid-sentence, wincing in pain and wrapping himself in his arms. Don't say things like that. I'm doing everything I can to try to fix... Silence as Dr. Kelly's eyes shoot open. Reese? Reese abruptly pulls himself from the table and leaves. Hey, you're just in time. Rosalina's situated in the back room. Alexis is going to keep her company while we hopefully get this all sorted out. Hey, hope I'm not too late. Have I missed any creepy paranormal stuff? Oscar and Kanika startle as the door swings open. Seems like I made it just in time. Let's get this show on the road. I don't have all night. Whoa. This is where I've seen it. It appears on top of The Stain. Stella pulls back the carpet, revealing a hatch, the floor around it stained in reddish-brown. I'm going for it. Wait, do you hear music? Movement stirs as a figure cloaked in shadows rises to attention. Stella?
There you are. I would have found you sooner, but the resident clearly doesn't want me here. It doesn't seem to have the same issue with these miserable little parasites. Bottom feeders always manage to slip through the cracks, don't they? The sins of the father are to be laid on the children. One of you must forfeit, it doesn't matter which.
Bullshit! I hope I didn't come too late. It wants something, doesn't it? And I think you know which of you should volunteer. You must be joking. Let's just leave. Agreed. Sybil, you got in here. Can you get us out? Sybil sighs. Tabitha, are you sure you want to leave this business unfinished? Absolutely. This is not our problem. If you think it's the best course of action, yes, I can get you out. It's only a question of seeing through the illusion. We're in a basement, even if all your senses are telling you otherwise. Try closing your eyes and remembering where you are. Sorry, I can't talk right now. I'll see you later. She hurries off down the road. Before I go, Sybil places a hand on your arm, holding you back for a moment. I'm sure you have questions after everything you saw tonight, but let's not get into it here. I think everyone could use a little rest and relaxation right now, yourself included. If you swing by the tea room sometime tomorrow, say early afternoon, you and I can have a little chat. I'll see you then, Millie. You don't even notice yourself entering the guest room and falling into bed. Suddenly you're just there, buried under your family's musty covers. The spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. now commands the entirety of City Hall, a swirling void of wrath and despair that the people of this town will have to learn to ignore. Disaster looms its tallest yet over Scarlet Hollow. So, somebody asked, their phrasing was, besides the romances, is there any gender-specific content? So none of the romances are gender-locked. The characters do have orientations, but they're just flexible. I don't think it makes the romances any harder to unlock or anything. But if you are a guy and you date Oscar, he will comment that he's never swung that way. Or he's never gone that way in the past. If you are a girl and you date Stella, she'll say like she's bi. Kanika will say that I think she'll say that she's kissed a girl before, but she's never like actually dated anybody. And then I don't know if I know Joan doesn't say anything, but you can't actually start her romance yet. And I don't know if Reese says anything, but there used to be a thing on the gender selection page that was like, it has no gameplay effect. That was removed in a recent update. There is some gender specific lines. I know if you make Tabby really mad and you are a non-binary person, when she's like, if you make her really mad, she at one point she puts the they in quotation marks, which is pretty rough, but seems true to life, the way that people kind of conditionally extend dignity to others and try to use kind of anything they can get when they're angry. There's also a situation where you can call somebody out for being kind of unmanly about something, and if you're not a man, he snipes back at you. Trying to think of any other situations like that. I suspect in the final 2 chapters, gender might actually matter for like how the story goes, because it sort of comes up. But we'll see. You open your eyes. It's a new day. Last night seems so far away. You can almost pretend the horrors you witnessed in the annex were nothing but a nightmare, chased away by the harsh morning light. But you know that the furious spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. yet lingers, locked behind the doors of the town hall, still tied to the earth by its hatred of you and Tabitha. An involuntary shudder runs down your spine. but your thoughts are interrupted by the buzz of your phone on the nightstand. Hey, have you heard from Stella? I haven't been able to get a hold of her. Thought she might have at least checked in with you. You check your messages. There's nothing from Stella. Kanika and I are pretty worried about you. Please respond. You wait for a few silent minutes. Your message sits undelivered. Does Stella disappear like this sometimes? Kinda, but with everything going on, I don't feel comfortable letting her run off on her own. We should look for her, right? Come to town, we should stick together. Looks like you have your morning plans in order. You know we gotta visit Dustin. You open your drawers, they both have a bread now. Human is back. Maybe changed mind about eating us. Could be the end of Dustin and Dustin Mom. I would never eat you. I love you. Dustin Mom know better than to trust. When push come to shove, survival more important than friendship. Dustin Mom spent too much time outside. It's different inside. There enough bread for everyone here. No need to eat friends. Dustin still have childhood innocence. Hope Dustin gets to keep that innocence forever. I guess your glass house still has that squatter? Tried to reclaim glass house last night, but asshole squatter too big and strong. Dustin Mom stand no chance. Might have to live in Dustin house forever. Human big and strong too. Probably more big and strong than asshole squatter. You fight, give Dustin Mom glass house back? I'll do my best, but no promises. Squatter have sharp things on head. Human be careful, but Dustin Mom would be eternally grateful to Human. Dustin too. I should get going. Okay. You make your way to the closet. There's no denying it. The doll moved at some point since your last visit. But your long-dead relative's creepy doll isn't the only thing that's different. Someone was in here. Something to mull over for the rest of the day. You might as well take a shower before starting the rest of your day. Step into the guest bathroom and into the shower. It feels good to wash away the grime of last night's haunting, but eventually you'll have to leave this place and confront the rest of the day. In the meantime, we'll just use our mystical. Every minute feels like another thread holding this town together starts to unravel. Thoughts of doom consume me. We're done here. It's time to face our cousin. You find her in the kitchen, her shoulders hunched in a tight ball of anxiety. They're striking! This week of all weeks, as if I didn't have enough on my plate already. Does it even matter how the strike plays out? Any resolution would merely treat the symptoms of the disease rotting the heart of Scarlet Hollow. For things to stand any chance of getting better, there's something deeper you still have to fully uncover. Have you heard anything from Stella? I still can't get a hold of her. No, but that's not exactly newsworthy. I'm sure she's just processing what happened last night. We weren't the only ones who were traumatized. We can talk about the strike. Let's see, let's say... Do you know what the strikers even want? I haven't seen a list of demands, but I'm sure it's the usual. I promise you that if any one of them were in my shoes for a month, they'd be singing a different tune. I think we'll say... You risked your life to pull those kids out of the mine the other day. They should get off your back. You were the one who made us go after them, Millie. But I guess no one really knows that outside the two of us and that Rosalina girl. Maybe it's an angle worth leaning on. I don't know. No sense dwelling on that. You should probably get going, right? Yeah. I've dawdled long enough. Stay safe. No more hijinks. But let me know if you get in trouble, okay? Tabitha slips past you, her heavy boots thudding down the hall as she marches away to face her employees. Time to figure out the rest of your day. You walk over to the cat. Oh, c'est toi. Qu'est-ce que tu veux maintenant? Nod respectfully to Frou-Frou. She scoffs, her tail twitching with annoyance, but you can sense she's less annoyed than she usually is. Maybe she's getting used to you. You turn away and leave Frou-Frou be. Whatever kicked out Dustin's mom is still in the garden right now. You better look into it before you head into town. The air is chilly today, the overcast sky hanging oppressively over the weed-choked flower beds. It's too cold, head back inside. That's me.
My contribution to the strike.
Oh, thank you, fellow worker. Who do we got here? Oh boy, I love tomatoes has contributed $5 to the labor movement. For that, I will help the strikers out, even though I don't think they're in a good position right now. Let's go investigate the greenhouse. You start carefully picking your way through the underbrush. It doesn't take much effort to find a path. Cuttings of prickly raspberry bushes and tangled vines litter the ground around the greenhouse. The glass house, one could say. You step toward the door. It's sealed shut by a lock, and you catch a brief glimpse of a horned shadow through the ancient clouded glass. So before we see that, on the top left here, you can see this kind of wrought iron fence. The maps show that there's actually a Scarlet family graveyard back there. And I am sure that one of our, that's going to be a destination we have to go to at some point. Let's try to talk to whoever's behind the door. What's your name, little guy?
Goat.
What are you doing in the greenhouse?
Human put me here. Can't complain. Pretty sweet digs, honestly. Stays nice and warm, and there's plenty of eats, too.
Did that human have a brown coat and big boots?
Coat? Like, what, fur? Nah, not brown fur. Yellow fur. Just on the top, like all you humans. Don't know what boots are. Can't help you there.
Where'd you come from?
Farm. Used to live with other guys like me. Kinda miss 'em. But not that much. Don't gotta share anymore.
Hey, whoever you are, there's a possum that would like you to leave. She was here first. This is her house.
Don't wanna leave. I live here now. She can deal.
You examine the lock. It looks sturdy. You'll need some tools if you're gonna get this open. Maybe Stella or Kanika could lend a hand later. I guess I'll leave you to it then.
See ya. Or not. It's a wild world out there.
You've investigated... Oh yeah, we can see the thing a little bit better now. You've investigated the garden. With Stella missing, it's best not to keep Kanika waiting for much longer. It's time to head to town. You head to the front door and begin your trek to the town below. The sun shines down through a thin layer of clouds, illuminating the path in watery gray light. You can't help but feel countless eyes watching you from the tree line, a feeling that reminds you of your time in the woods on Monday. Ditchlings shouldn't be out in the middle of the day, though. They're getting bolder. To your surprise, you find a familiar face making its way up the path toward you. Hey, I was just coming to see you. Hope you were able to get some sleep after everything that happened last night. I was up most of the night, totally wired on adrenaline. But knowing that thing was right down the street? Yeah, not super conducive to a good night's sleep. Does the library look different? Like, can you see the haunting from the outside? It's boarded up, but I haven't gotten close to see much of anything yet. We could always check it out together. Though, maybe we better not tempt it. That ghost seemed pretty desperate to eat your soul last night, and I don't even know if I mean that metaphorically or literally. Hopefully some slapdash plywood is all it takes to contain that thing. I don't like the thought of it spilling out onto Main Street if it smells a drop of scarlet blood nearby. Well, hopefully no hooligans break into the library and get trapped in ghost hell. Where there are abandoned buildings, there are people trying to break in and get spooked. Nothing we can do to stop that, but maybe the ghosts won't possess anyone if there aren't any Scarlets around to guilt trip. Who knows? How do you feel now that it's a new day? Possession is the sort of thing that can leave a mark on a person's soul. Aw, thanks for asking. Aw, thanks for asking about the state of my soul. I appreciate that. I'd be lying if I said it didn't have an impact. Kind of feel bruised all over, physically and spiritually, but hey, that's part of life, right? Nobody makes it to the end completely unscathed. And I'm kind of thrilled that my new emotional baggage comes from a ghost instead of some boring normal trauma. There's ditchlings everywhere now, even though it's daytime. Avery turns to survey the tree line. I noticed a few on my way up. They're kind of funny now that I'm getting a good look at them. They're scrunched up little Shar-Pei faces. So, should I be worried about these things? I know they're a bad omen or something, but like, are they dangerous? They're not going to eat me if I take a wrong turn, right? No, but you might get some eggs laid in your skin. Oh, is that all they do? That doesn't sound too bad. I think I could survive a parasitic larva or two. Just glad being eaten alive isn't on the table. It sounds like you're saying you'd enjoy the experience. Who doesn't enjoy the miracle of life, even if it is creepy life? Parasitic organisms are just trying to make do, same as the rest of us. Have you heard anything from Stella? I haven't heard from her, though we don't text much and I haven't checked with Winnie to see if she came in for an early breakfast or anything. But if you haven't heard from her, that doesn't sound great. Seeing her like that last night was awful. She's usually so unflappable. Kanika and I are meeting up to look for Stella. Want to come? I would avoid spoilers in chat. Oh boy, I love tomatoes. Just because I'm sure a lot of people here are not are seeing this for the first time. Absolutely. I told Winnie I'd be coming in late today, so I've got time. I don't know how much time, though. From what I saw this morning, the diner is hopping. It is absolutely packed with miners. They must be using it as a home base for the strike. Oh, by the way, there's a strike going on. I'm sure you already know that, though. I have to imagine Tabitha would have told you this morning. Alright, let's head to town. Yeah, good idea. You and Avery start back down the path to town. It isn't long until you once again find yourself on the main street of Scarlet Hollow. Millie, you made it! And you picked up Avery along the way. Hope you're both doing okay, like, emotionally. Yeah, I'm not too bad. That's good. I feel like I got crushed by a steamroller or something. Joints all out of whack, totally exhausted, and super foggy. Mom has been insisting I caught a cold, and I wasn't buying it, but as of this morning, I've come around. It's definitely something beyond exhaustion, even considering the ridiculously stressful week we've had. But I'm not gonna let that stop me from looking. But I'm not gonna let that stop me from looking for Stella. Is someone manning the general store while we go out looking for Stella? Mom and Miles can deal with another day while we go out looking for Stella. This is important. Not that the store isn't, but if something happened to her and I was spending my time minding the register, I don't think I could live with that. Do you still think there could be a rational explanation for all this? Kanika sighs heavily. Rational? Sure. Rooted in the reality that until a few days ago I thought was devoid of all magic and supernatural shit? No. Ghosts are real, they can suck you into illusory dimensions and puppet your body like a fleshy marionette. Next thing you know, we'll find out there's a secret society of warlocks running the country, or that angels are real. You gotta admit, it's kind of thrilling, isn't it? Anything could be possible. Who knows what the new day holds for all of us? It'd be a little more thrilling if it weren't terrifying. All the magical stuff we found so far just wants to hurt us. I like Kanika's outfit today. All of her outfits are good, but I like her little phases of the moon belt. We need a magical being that's on our side. Where are the magical girls when you need them? Though I guess we already have an animal whisperer, don't we? That's pretty magical. Wait, you can talk to animals? For real? When were you going to tell me? Well, I'm going to need you to tell me what every animal we meet is saying. This is too cool. You really took that in stride, didn't you? I take everything in stride. There's no better way to live. Maybe my mystical powers will finally awaken into something more proactive. I'm sick of just unwillingly channeling spirits and knowing when something bad is going to happen. Maybe magic doesn't awaken, though. Maybe you need to find something to teach you how to use it. Okay, who? Isn't it obvious? Your mom's a witch, Kanika. How else can you explain all her rescuing all of us last night? My mom? No way. She's just a new age crystal and herbs lady. She's not... I mean, she couldn't be, right? After last night, anything's possible. And she did rescue everyone from the ghost dimension. Yeah, I'm supposed to see her at some point today. Maybe she'll finally shed some light on things. I'm not sure what she's planning to tell you today that she couldn't have told us all last night. Maybe she's gonna read your fortune. After last night, I wouldn't doubt that she actually could. Your mom's always had a bit of the Glinda vibe going for her. Yeah, maybe I should stop making fun of her whole New Age mystic thing. A lot's happened in the past couple days. Okay, let's get started. I don't want to waste another minute. Where to first? We'll go to Stella's house. Good place to start. Maybe she just slept in. That's what I'm hoping. I would have gone already, but I was kind of nervous about doing anything by myself today. Just in case I ran into yet another horror from beyond the veil or whatever. So somebody asked the devs what Avery's traits were, and they said hot. He has hot twice, or they have. The devs said they have hot twice, and I think that might have been a joke. I think they have hot and I forget what the other one is. There's some hint somewhere that they have something else. But we don't have a ton of their story yet. You can start their romance. They have a hangout on day 2, I think, or day 3. I think they have a hangout on day 2 and on day 3. Kanika knocks anxiously on the door. It creaks open. The interior is cold, not just physically. There's an absence of joy and life that leaves only a chill behind. This is the ghost of an empty house. There's a sobering dread that comes with the knowledge that your search won't end here. Yeah, it might be Keen Eye. They actually just said something that seemed like Keen Eye to me. It was... Oh, it's that they spotted that Keen Eye is one of the traits you can get to call out Sybil for being a witch. I don't sense anything supernatural here, but I don't like the look of this. Might as well invite ourselves in, right? Yeah, we should go in. Cool. I'll be brave and go first. Avery casually steps over the threshold into Stella's house. Whatever happened to Stella, it doesn't look like it happened here. Doesn't look like there was a struggle or anything, unless it happened in another room, or maybe someone or something caught her off guard. You didn't have to add that last part. So this is Stella's house, and the saddest thing, so these are her parents and her when she's a kid. Obviously there's like the dog toys and the everything, but her parents' shoes are still here. She never threw them out. So this says School for Pets. For Gretchen. And it's got a snake. And Gretchen. I'm gonna forget you said that and just be thankful that this doesn't look like a crime scene. Stella's kitchen is slightly messy. A couple cabinets are hanging open, and a loaf of bread sits on the counter by a used butter knife. That looks normal to me. I don't know, it's a little messy. If this is a little messy, I don't know what you'd call my room. I wasn't judging, there's nothing wrong with a little mess. Or a lot of mess. We're getting off track. Stella's house has always felt a little sterile to me. This feels a little too... lived in, if that makes sense. Maybe that's just because I've only ever been over when she was already expecting me. Maybe this is just a rare peek behind the curtain at the real Stella. The real Stella should call her friends and let them know she's okay. Stella's also living off of peanut butter. Although the thing I would zero in on is she left the bread open. This is like a sure sign of a disordered mind. The cabinet's open, yeah, whatever. Leaving the knife on the thing, yeah, I do that all the time. The bread being open, all of this is ruined. It's all stale now. A peek into her twisted mind. Okay, but like peanut butter doesn't really go bad, not like the Skippy peanut butter you find or whatever. Okay, let's take a look at her room real fast. So she's drinking lots of Beppis. We've got Mothman, Loch Ness Monster, maybe the Bell Witch. This is Jersey Devil. I think this is Bigfoot. I don't know what this is. It's like a Mogus. Monsters of the USA, so that says. There's some pinups. Because she gay as hell. There's the Waterhouse painting of Ophelia. That actually seems like significant. So Ophelia in Hamlet, yeah, is she's like betrothed to Hamlet, but because he gets sucked into his revenge quest, she just kind of goes insane. Mostly out of neglect, it seems like, and then she drowns. And Waterhouse did this famous painting of her where she's like holding flowers and floating down the river. And this is this Venus on the half shell? Is that what that is? Yeah, that's The Birth of Venus by Botticelli. So this is the gay shit, and this is like burgeoning mental illness. Which a lot of people don't realize that Stella is like unwell. They're like, oh, she's so annoying. She doesn't help when there's trouble. It's like, why do you think that is? She's not here. Though it's a little untidy, this is the usual sort of untidiness that accumulates when someone doesn't often have guests in their bedroom. There aren't any signs of violence. I'd better not hear a single comment about this room being messy. I wasn't going to say anything. This sure looks like a room. Any thoughts? I think you about summed it up. This is definitely a room. Yeah, nothing much to comment on. This is what a room's been like for pretty much the entire time I've known her. The only thing that's changed is the computer getting a lot fancier. I could use a few more houseplants. I'll put together some trimmings after we found her. Aw, she still does those corkboard with string things. She loves putting the strings on there. I don't think they actually mean anything, but they're more for decoration anyway. Alright, I don't think we're going to find much else here. Let's move on. Okay, so maybe she came home last night, maybe she didn't, but she's definitely missing. I thought I was overreacting this morning. I hope she'd just be sleeping in. I can't believe she's actually missing. We'll find her. We're going to the cops. I know they probably won't actually do anything, but we should still see if we can get them to start looking for her before we go anywhere else. Yeah, let's go see the police. The police station is exactly what you expect from a town the size of Scarlet Hollow. It smells strongly of coffee and faintly of aged furniture and paper, and the general tidiness speaks of a department that doesn't get much of anything done. But you're also not alone here. You enter to find a worried Beau standing between you and the officer behind the desk. Big Betty wasn't just a pumpkin, Deputy Franklin, sir. Big Betty wasn't just a pumpkin, Deputy Franklin, sir. She was going to be a prize winner. Raising her was the last thing me and my daddy did together. She's important to our family. The Scarlet Hollow police are spread pretty thin at the moment, young man. Any property disputes will have to wait, if indeed there was a dispute to be had. Are you sure it wasn't just some animal that took your vegetable? Sir, you know Mr. Tremaine thinks that land belongs to him. He probably thought Big Betty was his to take. He ain't coming to his door, so for all I know, he might be all the way to the state fair by now with our pumpkin. Ain't there something you can do about it? Are y'all talking about Big Betty? We sure are. Julius Tremaine stole her, and I'm trying to get the police to talk to him. So we met Tremaine at the diner. He's I don't want to say friend, but he knows Avery. He's the really gruff-looking man with the newspaper in the corner. And I've been telling Mr. Calloway that there's no way to prove who the vegetable in question belonged to. If there's no documentation, it's your word against his. The Calloways and Tremaines have been at this for a long time. Some feud from over a century ago split the families, and they've been at it ever since. Just how valuable is Big Betty? She was going to get us a blue ribbon. Daddy said she was near 2,000 pounds. We were supposed to be at the state fair by now, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen this year. And Mr. Tremaine ain't even coming to his door to answer for what he done, just holed up like the coward he is. At the very least, he could give me back some of the seeds from what's left of her so I could try again next year. She was an important pumpkin to our family. You know, I haven't seen him since Tuesday. He's usually in the diner every day. Not necessarily a big deal for a lot of people, but he never misses his morning joe. So maybe he isn't a thief. Could be something happened to him. If he ain't the thief, then who stole our pumpkin? Beats me. I just don't think folks should be so quick to jump to conclusions. Hey, what makes you think Julius stole it? He's been claiming Big Betty was his since day one on account he thinks it was planted on his side of the property. He's never been good about the property line, same as every Tremaine that came before him. We got our fair share of calls from Mr. Tremaine as well, not that I'm at liberty to discuss confidential police information. I was hoping we'd get a reprieve from this nonsense after what happened to Daddy, but it looks like he's willing to give us any time to grieve. It don't look like he's willing to give us any time to grieve. You know, Julius is a friend of mine. He's a lot of things, and he's definitely a bit of a curmudgeon, but I never pegged him as a thief. I don't know Julius ever talked to anybody. Talk is a strong word, but I like to think we have a kind of understanding. How do you even move a 2,000-pound pumpkin? I don't know how he did it, but he did it. It could have easily been a bear, or a mountain lion, or any large animal. We're no bear. We're hunting folk. We know the signs. This was a man's work, and that means it was Mr. Tremaine. He knew just what to do to hurt our family. So I could say, if you're related to Julius, why can't you just put your differences aside and get along? Someone's got to be the bigger man. That's what I always told Daddy, but now Daddy's gone and so's Big Betty, and I'm not feeling quite as peaceful as usual. I suspect Mr. Tremaine feels about the same. I don't think either one of us can let bygones be bygones just yet. Not to get involved in personal family matters or anything, but this was a pretty low blow from Julius. I wouldn't let bygones be bygones either. You know, Mike, it sounds like Beau has a real case here. It's not just two neighbors getting angry at each other. Property's been stolen. Couldn't you get involved on his behalf just this once, after everything he's been through? This isn't the first time there's been a theft between the Calloways and Tremaines. We've heard it all. We know exactly how it'll play out. Trust the police to do the policing, ma'am. So first you leave Duke's body in the woods, and now you won't even help Beau with his pumpkin? You seem to really have it out for his family. It's our job as police to remain impartial when it comes to the citizens of the towns we protect. None of us have it out for Mr. Calloway or Mr. Tremaine. We're just doing what we can to uphold the safety and security of all residents of Scarlet Hollow. And you're doing a great job. You know, even if Julius didn't take Big Betty, it might be worth doing a welfare check. Look, kid, I'd love to help, but the sheriff has a standing order to not step foot on the Tremaine homestead. The man loves his booby traps. That's never stopped me. Oh, Avery has street smart. That's right. That's right. Because they talk about, they can deal with the traps. I don't make the rules. You'll have to take it up with Sheriff Hugby. If I may, sir, ain't that a mite bit cowardly of you? I thought police officers were supposed to be brave. This isn't about courage, Mr. Calloway. This is about public safety, and it's about the sheriff's judgment and authority outweighing my own. Look, I've been to Julius's 100 times. I can tag along and make sure nobody gets hurt. Look, I'll pass it along when he gets back, but he has his hands full right now. I can't make any promises. I haven't actually seen the conversation go that way before. Usually, you never get anywhere here. Beau, did you manage to find your dad? Beau's stoic expression breaks, and for a moment you can almost see tears forming in his eyes. Then he blinks them away. Yeah, I found him. I gathered what there was to gather. We're giving him a proper burial in the family plot. It's been tough trying to dig the hole while the farm is crawling with those hairless things, but it needs to get done. You think they'll go back to where they came from soon? Mama and me have tried to fight them back as best we can, but it seems like there's more every minute. And I'll say I know about as much as you. I don't want to say anything weird in front of the police. I can't help but feel like it's all just leading up to some awful thing. Worse than what's already happened. I hope it's just a feeling. You might not be wrong. Things have been getting weird around Scarlet Hollow lately. Just something to keep in mind. And if the past couple of nights are any indication, it's only gonna get weirder. My mom did say the ditchlings are supposed to be some horrible omen, but that doesn't mean it's true. For all we know, the weird stuff is behind us, and the creepy little things will just crawl back to wherever they came from, and Scarlet Hollow will go back to normal. But I guess it doesn't hurt to plan for the worst. I just want to remind you that you're speaking in front of a member of law enforcement, and all suspicious statements are being cataloged. Seriously? Do you not have anything better to do than try to pin disasters on the innocent people who are trying to stop them? I'm not at liberty whether I have to do anything better. I'm not at liberty to discuss whether I have anything better to do. Doesn't this town have 3 cops? Where's the other 2 at? Haven't you heard? There's a nasty strike going on at the mines. Miss Scarlet's asked us to try and bring the temperature down a bit. And I drew the short straw for being stuck on desk duty. Bring the temperature down? I'm sorry, are Earl and Dennis working for the town, or are they working for Tabitha? I'd rather not get into it right now, Miss Forsyth. Now, is there something I can help you with, or did you just come into the station to chit-chat? Stella ran off last night, and she's still missing. A missing person? Apologies, Mr. Calloway, but I'm gonna have to handle this first. Deputy Franklin pulls out a few forms from the front desk and holds them out. If one of you could fill these out, please. I'll take care of that. Thank you so much for taking this seriously, Mike. I know Stella has a tendency to go on hiking trips, but this feels different. She can't be in her right mind going back out into them woods after what happened to my daddy. Yeah, thank you for taking this seriously. I take everything seriously. Now, is there anything else I can help you with? No, it looks like you're busy. We'll be on our way. I like Bo a lot. I feel very bad whenever Duke dies. Thank you, ma'am. I'll get this filed right away. Good luck out there. I hope Miss Richmond is all right and you'll find her soon. Thanks again for taking this seriously, Deputy. Just doing my job. Well, at least we filed a report. Still, I guess finding Stella is going to be mostly up to us. We've got to find out what's been going on with Julius, too. He's been missing from the diner for a few days. It's weird. He usually comes in every single day. Maybe he's preoccupied with ditchlings. I just hope he's okay. One problem at a time. Yeah, where to next? We'll check the diner. Let's check out the diner. Good idea. Folks tend to congregate there. Maybe we'll run into someone who's seen Stella. Here's hoping Winnie doesn't try to rope me into clocking in early. The diner's busier than you've ever seen it, with all the small booths packed with miners. So I guess this is where the miners are setting up shop. When you asked for the morning off, I didn't think you'd be showing up with friends. Sorry, Aunt Winnie. Stella's gone missing, and I've been helping these 2 track her down. You haven't seen her, have you? Don't you apologize, and I can't say I have. I've been a little preoccupied. This is great for business. These fellas can have as much free coffee as they can drink if they keep piling in like this. Do you need any help? No, Sal and I can handle this. One of your friends going missing is more important than a busy shift. The miners didn't even notice you enter the diner, and instead of speaking in hushed voices, they argue with each other loudly enough for you to easily overhear. I guess the shift schedules are pretty brutal, and I'd like more vacation days. I'd love to be able to see my family around the holidays, and better health benefits would be amazing. But what if she decides to fire all of us? You're only a year into the work, and trust me, the longer it goes on, the more it sucks the life out of you. At first, you're just unhappy, but you figure you can weather it till you find something better. A paycheck's a paycheck. Next thing you know, you've lost years of your life to a company that doesn't give a solitary shit about you, just uses up every free second it can suck out of its workers and pays us just enough to survive, but not so much that we can ever save enough to get the hell out. But we could get fired for this. I really need the paycheck. I can't get fired. And the company housing, that makes a big difference for me. All right, the company housing. How generous of Tabitha to put you up in a company-owned shack that ain't had maintenance done in decades, taking a big chunk right out of your paycheck that sure as shit ain't going toward property tax and upkeep alone. The company housing that means almost nobody in this whole damn town owns the place they live. We have numbers on our side, Harrison. After what happened up there the other night, damn near everyone is joining the picket line. She can't afford to lose us all. We have the power here, so long as we're united. Hey, have any of you seen Stella? She's missing. The miners turn toward the doorway, all glaring at you in unison. The YouTuber? No, we ain't seen her. As you can see, we got a lot going on today. We'd appreciate it if you didn't butt in. Harrison's voice drops to a barely audible mumble. I hope she's okay. So, because somebody threw out a dono for the strike, I'll join the strike, Harrison. Unite with your fellow workers. Hey, this is a private conversation. But you're right. Even if you are the boss's cousin, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. This strike is only going to work if all of us stand together, Harrison. What do you say? I'll have to call my family to see what they say. My sister's tuition is riding on this job, but I'm pretty convinced at this point. If you think it'll really work, I'm down. Zax claps her on the shoulder. Good to hear it, kid. I guess we should get going. Yeah, so somebody says the police conversation actually seems like it goes better if it's just Franklin there. Franklin is the good cop. He's the only one in the town who's like really... So the sheriff and Derrickson are both very used to just sort of doing whatever Tabitha says and kind of not taking things very seriously. Franklin is attempting to live up to the ideals of the job. He's still kind of bound by the fact that he's not in charge, and also that, like, he obviously can't fully go against Tabitha, but he, despite being kind of an asshole, he is the best of the three. And we have a another dono from Oh Boy, I Love Tomatoes. Thank you. And we've also got... Is that Lobo Vermelho? Thank you. Thank you for saying that I shred. You turn and leave the diner, Avery and Kanika trailing close behind you. Still no sign of Stella. We'll go to the mines. We should go to the mines. I guess there's a decent chance Stella went to find your cousin since they're friends. You don't see it? Oh, come on. The two of them have such a dynamic, you know? Classic dog and cat situation. Come on, I'll drive us. You follow Kanika to her van. It isn't long before you find yourselves outside the Scarlet mines. So we've got Scarlet, more like toilet. There's a toilet brush and a toilet. Better hours now or none at all. And then I am unhappy with the treatment I am receiving as a worker in the Scarlet mines. A wall of bodies, picket signs and megaphones in hand, forms a human barricade around the entrance to the Scarlet mines. I hope it's not weird to talk to them while they're in the middle of all this. Don't worry, I know these guys. Most of them are at the diner at least a couple days a week. They'll be chill. Will they be chill talking to Tabitha's cousin, though? Well, if it isn't the boss's cousin. You might have had us fooled the other day, but word gets around fast. Zax seems to think you're all right, though. Why are the cops here? Miss... What was my Earl voice? Miss Scarlet requested... No, that's... Miss Scarlet requested we supervise this situation. The mine's a source of a lot of jobs in this town, and she just wanted to make sure nobody did anything hasty while expressing their concerns. That's a polite way of saying they're here to intimidate us. A little reminder from the boss that she owns more than just the coal mines. Simmer down. Nobody's here to intimidate anyone but the Scarlet mines are private property. Miss Scarlet has every right to request some oversight during a tense situation. There's a lot more of us than there are of you. Have any of you seen Stella? She's missing. The YouTuber? She's the one on all those banned from property posters, right? We haven't seen her. And she's been out here all day, so we'd know if she came... And we've been out here all day, so we'd know if she came by. Oh no, this isn't looking good. It's okay, just because she hasn't been seen today doesn't mean something bad happened to her. We'll make sure to keep an eye out. Can't say we'll be much help, though. We'll just be standing around here for the foreseeable future. How goes the strike? Wouldn't you like to know? You can see for yourself, it's going strong. Major collapse happened on the property not 2 days ago, and the boss wants us to go on about our work as usual. I'm not going back down there knowing death or serious bodily harm can come at any second. I care more about living than I do about any paycheck. There's a lot that could stand a change around here, and it seems like damn near everybody thinks so too. I'm not gonna egg him on. Not at this point. I need to talk to Tabitha. Sure, you may be the boss's cousin, but you seem harmless enough. Go ahead. I don't care if they're okay with you going in. I'm still not crossing a picket line. Besides, I don't think Tabitha would be too happy to see me. I'll just wait by the van while you go talk to her. Same. Everyone who works here is a regular at the diner. I don't want to make things weird. See you on the other side. It's quiet today, empty beyond the ruckus at the front gate. The trailer that serves as Tabitha's office looms above you on the hill. You walk up to Tabitha's trailer and knock on the door. You wait for a moment. No response. You knock again. Oh, for the love of... The door swings open. Oh, it's you. Should I go? Yeah, and try not to get yourself noticed. Hey, do you have a minute? It's important. I can make some time. Should I... I already said you can leave, Rodriguez. We can talk more later. I just noticed that the brand of peanut butter is GIF. That's pretty good. Tabitha heaves a heavy sigh. Please, just forget you saw anything, okay? I can handle this on my own. And have you talked to them? Do you even know what they want? Not yet, but I'm sure whatever their demands are, I can't meet them. I don't know how much I can actually do to make people happy. The mine has been run like this for decades. If I change anything, the whole thing could collapse. Metaphorically, I mean. But if I'm right and things pick up soon, maybe I'll be able to give everybody a raise or shorter shifts. I'm not a monster. It's not like I enjoy working people so hard, but it's the only thing paying the bills. I will say, maybe you can meet him halfway. I don't even know if halfway would be enough. You won't know unless you talk to him. Okay, you're right. Maybe I will. I just need to be careful. I don't want to be the Scarlet that finally runs this place into the ground. And I don't make promises that I can't keep. I'm sure you didn't come all the way down here to talk about the strike. Why are you here? Don't get me wrong, it's nice to see a friendly face, but you shouldn't be up here. This is my battle to fight. Stella is still missing. We've been looking all over for her, and I don't have any leads. Tabitha groans. You don't think... Wayne... There wasn't any evidence that he'd been in her house, or any signs of a struggle or anything. How do we know she even went home last night? She ran off in the opposite direction. Stella's been known to disappear for days while she's doing her videos, but I think we both know that's not what's going on. I'll see if I can figure something out. Do you have time to hang out later? I miss you. You do? You're not joking? There's so much on my plate right now, but I'll see you tonight. Maybe we can have some ice cream or something. If you want to spend time together, I mean. It's a real smile. It's a little one, but it is one. Tabitha's phone buzzes. I'd better get back to work. Stay safe out there, Millie. Call me if you run into more trouble, but please don't go looking for any today, okay? I don't need you going missing, too. Yeah, if you have, somebody says Tabitha just has to have Stella posters all over her office to remind people that she's banned. If you have keen eye, you notice that there's, in addition to the posters, there's also just like a lot of normal photos of Stella and Gretchen. You find Kanika and Avery waiting for you outside. You don't look like you found any new leads. It feels like we've done our due diligence here. Come on, I can drive us back to town and we can figure out our next move from there. Where to next? We can check in on Oscar and Rosalina. They're at the old Maxwell place, right? Yes, the place your oh-so-generous cousin decided was suitable for habitation. Hey, it's better than nothing, I guess. It's the roof over their heads for the time being, or what's left of a roof. After everything they've been through, I can't believe she'd make them stay in a place like that. With Rosalina's leg the way it is. I just hope we're able to figure out something better for them. You don't get far before the sound of growling and desperate hisses grabs your attention. Get away from me! I'm supposed to be an indoor cat. I'm not supposed to see things like you. You don't even talk, you freak. That is kind of an interesting note. The animals can't understand what the ditchlings are saying, but we can. Or no, we can't. We heard the whispers, but I don't know if those were actually coming from the ditchlings. You turn to see a ditchling approach a cornered pixel in an alley. He must have slipped out of the library with everyone else last night. Also, Gretchen says that the ditchlings smell like plastic. They smell fake. The ditchling, distracted from its hunt by your arrival, cranes its neck to face you, its eyes settling on you with alien indifference. What do we do? Is there a pipe or something laying around? Maybe we can scare it off. There's no time. I'm grabbing Pixel. Before you can react, a small pack of dogs round the corner. They pounce on the creature, pulling it from the wall and then taking turns biting and tearing at it until it's ripped to shreds. Their task complete, they saunter toward you. What the... Is that Daisy? And Scraps? And what looks like every other dog in town. All in some kind of dog gang. I lived. Pixel, you got out of the library. Oh, you poor cat. Come here. Pixel cautiously walks toward your group before clambering into your arms. He has a comfortable heft to him. I see how it is. Everyone likes Millie, even the cats. We found him last night, terrified and shaking in a bush outside the library. Psh, I wasn't that scared. I even been helping out.
Little Pixel here has been volunteering as a scout.
Don't worry. We were always right around the corner. Those creatures only like to strike out when they have numbers, but they're hardly very bright.
We made sure the little guy was taken care of until the humans were awake. Do y'all know where he's supposed to be?
Good doggies.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
You call me good dog? Daisy good dog? Daisy's tail wags excitedly before she regains her composure. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I just love to hear it. So you're the Scraps I've heard so much about.
The one and only. This here's Daisy, and we've got a few other concerned locals with us as well. Just making sure the cats and dogs of the hall are well cared for, considering recent events.
There are more of those things in the woods every day, popping out of the innocent bodies of what used to be dogs like us.
He's done us a fine service, but you better make sure to keep Pixel inside from here on out. I've got a feeling things are only going to get worse from here. I'd like to see you try. I was an indoor cat, but now that I've got a taste of the outdoors, I will never be satisfied by indoor life. But maybe I can wait till all those monsters are gone.
So are y'all some kind of dog militia or something?
Yeah, I suppose you can say that.
I'm sure you've met the town's illustrious leader by now.
When the powers that be abandon you, it's up to the rest of us to band together and protect those who need protecting.
Gretchen really admires you, Scraps.
Oh, she flatters me so. I'm nothing special, just another dog.
Don't be so modest, Scraps. You're the kind of dog other dogs listen to. That's more than can be said for that Jimmy. He thinks he's so high and mighty just because he can sit and stay the best, as if obedience is the best quality in a leader. Is there anything we humans can do about the ditchlings?
They ain't that hard to kill when there's a whole lot of us. They die easy enough so long as you don't get caught unawares.
That's why we're gathering all the local dogs. A big pack is a safe pack. Jimmy may not be doing anything to help, but that doesn't mean we can't take matters into our own hands.
Now, Daisy, there's no need to start in about the mayor. He has his own priorities. So long as he doesn't get in our way, we don't need to go starting trouble.
I like the mayor. He's not like other politicians. He tells it like it is. Yeah, screw Jimmy. What a joke. One of you should have been mayor. Well, aren't you sweet?
Some dogs just ain't fit to lead. It's not his fault the humans of the town flung him so far out of his depths.
Aren't your families worried about you? Off on your own like this?
We're country dogs. So long as we come home for dinner, most of us aren't missed too much.
Speak for yourself. I know my family's been worried sick, but I can't let that get in the way of what's important. Besides, if I went home, they might tie me up, and that'd be a sitting dog. Have any of you seen or smelled Gretchen? Was she missing?
Oh dear, Scraps, you don't think... Gretchen's person would never let that happen to her. Wherever she is, I'm sure she's safe from those things. A dog like her doesn't get to be that age without a watchful human at her side.
Can you help us find her? You've got better noses for this sort of thing.
We'll do our best. We didn't intend to make any more trips out into the woods, but if it's for Gretchen, we'll take that risk. She's a well-liked dog in these parts. Been around longer than any of us. It'd be a blow to the community for her to fall victim to these monstrosities.
We'll make sure Pixel gets back to his family.
We appreciate it, human. Word's been going around that there was one among you who could properly understand us. It'll be good to have you on our side during these strange times. Odd things are going on around here. It's important for us all us living things to watch out for each other.
We'd best be on our way.
Same for us. For the first time that we know of, these things are out during the day, which means the pets of Scarlet Hollow need us now more than ever. Make sure the humans keep an extra careful watch on their furry companions.
The band of dogs scampers off. You just had a full-on conversation with those dogs. It is so weird when you do that. Weird or cool? I wish I could hear the other side of the conversation. It seems like there's a whole dog culture in the town that I've been missing out on. Knowing dogs are capable of carrying on a full conversation is going to make being a veterinarian really weird. You'll just have to hire Millie as a translator. You'd be the best vet in the country with someone like that on your staff. Pixel in tow, you and your companions continue on to the old Maxwell place. It was clearly once a mid-century modern home, and undoubtedly quite stylish for the time, but it's been abandoned for unknown decades, and moss and vines choke its exterior, barely concealing cracked walls and dust-clouded glass.
Hey, where the heck are you taking me? This ain't my house.
Before you can approach, the door opens and Oscar's head pokes out of the entryway. Hello? Oh, sorry if I startled you all. The walls of here are worn down enough I could hear you coming from a block away. Good morning, Oscar. Just thought we stopped by to check in. Thank goodness you found Pixel. Rosalina's been beside herself. Oscar's voice is tired. He's had a long night and it shows, his graying face seemingly having aged in the hours since you last saw him. Please, come in. You're doing really great, Rosalina. Not a lot of kids your age can take shots that well. You're being so brave. You don't have to talk to me like I'm 5, but you are brave. You really are, Rosalina. You're like so badass. Alexis is right. This is more than most people have to deal with in their whole lives, and here you are taking it like a champ. Before Dr. Kelly can continue, Pixel jumps from your arms, bounding across the room and leaping onto Rosalina's chest. Pixel, I've been so worried about you. I told you he'd turn up. Dr. Kelly's almost gentle bedside manner vanishes as she turns and glares at you.
I see we have visitors.
How are you doing, Rosalina? Tired. My leg hurts a lot, but the medicine is helping. It's not so bad now.
And what are you not going to do today?
Walk around. Sorry, Dr. Kelly. I should have been better at stopping her.
I take full responsibility. As her father, I should... No need for everyone to step in and take blame for everything. It's the hospital's fault for sending her home at all. It's gross negligence, if you ask me.
But give it time, then you can do all the running around you want, all right, Rosalina? You just have to make sure you give that leg of yours a chance to heal up first. You don't want to pop any stitches. How's Reese? He's fine, had a rough night, but he'll recover. He's used to this sort of thing. He just needs a couple of days to get back on his feet. That means no more excitement, not even a movie. I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Kelly. I'd like to hear this from him, not filtered through you. He's sick, so you won't be hearing it from him, and I can't say I care for your tone right now. Sorry again about the library. There's no need to apologize. It's a building, you're a person. You matter more than a pile of stones. I do kind of wish we could go back for our stuff. Thanks for letting me borrow some of your clothes, Alexis. You can borrow as much as you need. I have plenty of shirts, and you can do laundry at our house, too. Of course, there are some family heirlooms I'd rather not lose. Portraits of my parents, my father's mining jacket. I don't like the thought of their last living memories being forgotten in there. And the fact that it stole the library from me, too. That one really stings. But what are you gonna do? Do you think you'll have to stay here long term? No, I'll find a way to get the library back, and our house with it. I'd best be on my way. Goodbye, Rosalina. Make sure you stay put and keep Pixel company, okay? I will. Bye, Dr. Kelly. Thanks again for doing this. I can't express how much... It's nothing. I'll call later today to see how she's doing. Good luck to both of you. Dr. Kelly brusquely brushes past you and leaves. Oscar, before we get sidetracked, we're not just here to talk about monsters and what happened in the library. Oh? Stella's been missing since last night. Oh. You haven't seen her, right? Not since last night. I'm sure she'll be okay, but you should probably get back to looking for her soon. Before you go, though, there is something I wanted to get your thoughts on. Let's step outside. What's up? Is everything okay? Yes, or at least as okay as it can be, considering everything that's happened. But I don't exactly feel safe. Strange things are going on in Scarlet Hollow, and I'm tired of running from them. I want to get our house back. You've all been looking into the town's history, correct? I overheard your discussion in the library the other day. Have you been able to find anything that might explain what's going on? I don't think we have much to go on. I can't help but feel like there must have been some kind of inciting event since everything started getting weird seemingly overnight, but I have no idea where to start even, really. Avery stares at you. I mean, it's obvious, right? Things only started happening once Millie got here. You're not wrong. Exactly. If there's a catalyst for all this, why wouldn't it be a lost Scarlet finally coming home to Scarlet Hollow? If I may, Millie getting into town isn't the only major event that's happened lately. Pearl Ann died over a week ago, and those creatures in the woods were already reproducing by the time she arrived. So that's an interesting story hint. The whatever kicked all of this off was before Pearl Ann died. Not to mention, I started seeing things in our house before Pearl Ann passed. I never thought to make a note of exactly when the spirit made itself known. Whatever the cause of this, there must be some way to put the genie back in the bottle. I'm going to do my best to find out if there have ever been any similar events and whether there's anything special about Scarlet Hollow that might explain what's going on. The town archives are unfortunately in the library. Rosalina's been pestering me to make some sort of digital backup for months, but I never got around to it, so online sources it is. We'll fill you in on what little we know, just so you have some place to start. We've been finding these weird stone seals. There was one in the mines and another in your basement. There might be more. Those are the carvings you mentioned last night, right? I think there was something like that under my house all this time, and I think someone must have put it there. But who? This gives me quite a few threads to follow. Thank you, Millie. Millie, didn't you say you felt something similar to the mine seal outside the clinic yesterday? I hope that doesn't mean something weird is about to happen there, too. Uh-oh. Losing the library is already a blow, but losing the only doctor's office in town seems like it would be bad. Here's hoping we sort things out before that becomes an issue. Make sure Pixel stays inside or you might get grabbed by the ditchlings. The ditchlings are those things from the woods, right? With those faces? Yeah, the anguished doughboys. I kind of like them. It's like a hidden object game out there today with all the weird little faces peering out of the bushes. Like them? Are we talking about the same creatures that have been laying eggs in the local wildlife? I don't want to get friendly with them or anything. I just think they're kind of interesting. To each their own. I think some dogs kept them safe, like a gang of dogs. I know it sounds ridiculous, but we saw it with our own eyes. A gang of dogs. I suppose stranger things have happened, this very week in fact, but we'll make sure he stays safe. I think Dr. Kelly's hiding something. Dinner last night was weird. I don't think we need to go around accusing anyone of being deceitful. No, Millie's definitely right. I know that's probably not great to hear since Rosalina really needs her right now, but something is up with Dr. Kelly. I'm worried about Reese. She seemed pretty normal in there, even if it was a little terse with you. She was pretty nice to Rosalina, I'd say. Yeah, she likes sick people and kids, people who are easy to control. I request we drop this line of thinking. We don't need to turn on each other based on pure speculation. Besides, she took me at my word about everything that happened last night. That has to count for something, right? It sounds like you have something to work on now. We should get back to looking for Stella. I do. Thanks for the lead, Millie. See you around, Oscar. Let us know what you find. I will. We're going to get the library back, and we're going to figure out how to fix whatever's wrong with this town. So that's Oscar. Any other ideas? I think if we go to tea early, we have more time at Reese's house. Not sure exactly how that works. I'm supposed to get tea with your mom today. Maybe she'll have some idea. Well, no, we'll go to the church because we need to talk to the pastor about talks to animals. I see what you're thinking. Stella was confronted with evidence of the afterlife, so she might try getting into all that religious stuff. It's worth checking out. I think we'd be barking up the wrong tree, but I guess you're right. There's no point in not being thorough. I wouldn't mind stocking up on some holy water while we're there, too. Seems like a good idea to cover all our bases at this point. I don't think Baptists do the holy water thing, but I'm sure Pastor Daniel would pretend to bless some water if it meant keeping us around a little longer. That's good enough for me. Let's not linger, though. I don't want him thinking we're possible converts. Kanika leads the way, taking up the gradual slope toward the church. You know, I've lived here for a few years now, and I've never actually been to the church. That's probably for good reason. Where's that weirdo? My, 4 visitors at once on a Thursday. This is unprecedented. But there are only 3 of us. Oh no, were we followed by a ditchling? Were we followed by Wayne?
Sup, old people?
I was just saying, what are you doing here?
All the glimpses of death I've had in the past 2 days have forced me to the midst of an existential crisis, my dudes. I wanted to see if faith held the answers for me. Alas, I have not yet found the solace I seek.
Give it time, Zane. Sometimes it takes a while for the Lord to work his way into your heart. But when he does, you won't regret letting him in. Be sure to look over those pamphlets I gave you. And of course, I'm always here if you need to talk.
Sure thing, Pastor D.
Sure thing, Pastor D. Peace, y'all. I can't do my good Zane voice anymore.
The S-plate has a hack blood charge. The orb.
Anyway, we're looking for Stella. She wandered off last night. No one has seen her since. We're starting to get pretty worried. We hoped maybe you or Janie had seen her. I can't speak for Janie, but I'm afraid I've seen neither hide nor hair of Stella. If you'd like to talk to my wife, she's over by the alpacas. Though, Millie, I was hoping we might be able to talk in private. Sure, what's up? I guess we'll leave you to it while we check with Janie. See you in a minute. Your friends head off toward Janie and the alpacas, leaving you alone with the nervous pastor. Everybody's here. The babies. Oh god. Everybody is here. Look at this. I've never noticed him there. I'm so glad you came. I've never met anyone else who could hear them. You have no idea how long I thought I must have had some kind of insanity. I even thought at one point that it must have been the Lord himself talking me through them. But they never had anything very insightful to say, so I was disavowed of that pretty early on. Have you met Frou-Frou, Gretchen, Pixel? Of course I have, but I learned early on in life not to let on that I have this gift, at least while other humans are around, so I haven't spoken with any of them. Though I get the feeling Frou-Frou wouldn't talk to me even if she knew I could understand her. I've tried to befriend the alpacas when no one else is around. Emphasis on tried. They're surprisingly cliquey. Besides that, I try to maintain a low profile, only chatting with the wildlife when I'm sure no one is looking. Is your gift why you got into the church? It's hard to say. I was raised Baptist by 2 loving parents, and I was always interested in religion. But I've also always known about my talent, so I don't know what came first. If anything, though, I'd say I'm religious in spite of the gift. It hasn't exactly been easy to square this with a lot of the religious education I've had. For instance, a lot of religious leaders will tell you that only humans have souls. While you and I both know that's not true, though I suppose that gets to a whole different conversation about what exactly a soul is. Baptists are like, of the American denominations, they're like the most like anti-witchcraft, anti-everything. So it's very funny that a Baptist pastor would have all this going on. But those are conversations I'm glad to leave to the scholars. I'm just a simple small-town pastor. I don't need to ask the big questions anymore. I just have to help people through their daily lives. I hope you know that this means the 2 of us are bonded for life, best friends. Nobody else understands what it's like to be us. I was hoping you'd say something along those lines. Even without my abilities, Scarlet Hollow has been a lonely place. All of you know I was actually quite popular before I came to town. But I was actually hoping to talk to you about something more than just fellowship. It's Tulip, my daughter. I'm beginning to have suspicions that she might have inherited the gift. There have been some particularly nasty rats in the church lately, and she said some things that might have led me to believe that she might be able to understand them. She's so cute. He's interrupted by the sounds of a snapping twig and a high-pitched giggle, partly muffled by the underbrush at the edge of the property. Tulip, come out of there. You know you're not supposed to play in the woods. Tulip glances back into the woods, quiet as she hesitates. Tulip, are you going to be good, or are we going to have to skip story time tonight? I'll be good. You don't have to skip story time. I won't get into the woods, I promise. I know you won't, Tulip, because you know it's too dangerous for little girls in there. Why don't you go help Mom with the alpacas? It's about time they got fed. You can give them hay. Tulip smiles broadly, seemingly excited by the prospect, and hurries off. He's still there. I like how like low detail he is because he's so far away. Sorry, I had to have a firm parenting moment just then. She's been trying to run off into those woods a lot lately, and it's really dangerous, even for adults. There's this massive trash dump not too far past the trees, but it must be at least 50 years old, so it's all grown over and looks like it's part of the landscape. But if you accidentally walk on it, you might find yourself falling into a hip-deep mound of rusty cans and broken glass. How big a trash dump are we talking? Would a weekend of hard work clear it out? Maybe if you had construction equipment and a team of professionals. It's a big area, and I have no idea how deep it goes. In the meantime, I'm just making sure Tulip knows not to go near it. What were you saying about the church rats? Ah, yes, the rats. So you're not used to the sort of chatter we hear from wildlife. It's usually nothing that needs to be paid attention to. But these rats, there's something so sinister about them. And they must be huge, judging by the sound of them scurrying around in there. Julep had never shown any evidence of the ability before. She's never responded to the alpacas or engaged in conversations with the birds. In retrospect, she could have been hiding it the way I did growing up, but... because I know she'd been talking to the rats. She calls them her friends, has been drawing all these pictures of them. Really ghastly things. I've tried to bring it up with her, but she gets this little smile and doesn't say a word, like it's her fun little secret. It's all innocent enough in the grand scheme of things, but I'm pretty sure they also live out in that trash heap. And ever since she started talking about her friends, she's been trying to sneak out there. Oops. I'm concerned she's going to get hurt or catch some kind of disease. What have they been saying? They like to try to goad me into crying or becoming depressed. They watch me through unseen holes and make fun of me and try to figure out how to press my buttons. It's annoying, but easy enough to block out, especially when I'm praying. I don't think they're a good influence on Tulip, though. She's gotten quiet and secretive ever since she started talking to him. I hate to think what they say to her when I'm not around here. Have you actually seen them? No, but I don't need to. I lived in a dorm that had rats once. You never see them, but the church has all the signs of an infestation, and there's no mistaking the sound of little creatures stampeding through the walls. I've left out some humane rat traps, but they're too smart for them. All it's done is waste peanut butter. And I caught a possum once in one, poor thing. Possums are never very bright, but at least you got a big scoop of peanut butter out of the ordeal. Has Janie heard them? She's not in the church very often. She's usually in town doing her jobs until late. And we spend our evenings in the house. It's just me and Tulip all day long. Janie knows Tulip has made some strange little friends, but thinks it's an imagination game. I was hoping I'd sort out the rat issue before she gets suspicious, but they're persistent. So I may have to hire an exterminator if I can get the money for one. I hope it doesn't have to come to that. Are you sure they're rats? I think so. The pastor shifts uncomfortably for a moment. I hope so. This is really creepy, dude. I suppose it is. Gotten so used to hearing weird voices coming from anywhere and everywhere, I guess I've forgotten how unsettling something like hearing cruel little voices in your walls truly is. He shudders. I'll do my best to talk some sense into them, or into my daughter. And if that fails, maybe you could lend a hand. I don't want to be too much of a bother. And you should probably finish looking for your missing friend first, but I'll be around if you have a chance to check in later this week. Out of the corner of your eye, you see Kanika and Avery walking back to the two of you. They must have finished talking to Janie. Janie says she hasn't seen Stella either, so we'd better get going. Thanks for suggesting we head up here, Millie. We got to feed the alpacas. They were so cute and soft. It was awesome. And Janie says she'll come by the diner with cookies for the miners, and a few extra for me, of course. She's so nice. She even offered to bring me some since I'm feeling under the weather. I hope your talk with the pastor went well. Yes, we had a great conversation. I appreciate y'all stopping by, even if it wasn't under the best circumstances. I'll let y'all be on your way. And I hope Stella turns up soon. I'll put in some good prayers with the big man for her. All right, thanks. See ya. Yeah, the drawing of Daniel is very funny, but I can't help hearing his voice like that in my head, and I don't think I could ever dislike somebody who spoke that way. Oh, yeah, so on the first day, when you go to the diner, if you go to the diner on the first day, there's a bunch of people in there, and you can see a bunch of characters early. You can see Tulip and Janie at one of the booths, and Tulip is drawing a little picture, and the little things she's drawing don't look like rats. They look like little imps. So I think my man has the devil in his church. I think the devil is in there. There's two Satans. Satan, who is the devil. I also like that they were eating his peanut butter. Like they like there's some kind of little demon creatures or something, but they do eat peanut butter. So, what was that about? He seemed pretty insistent on talking to you alone. Yeah, he didn't say anything weird, did he? Tulip's apparently made some weird imaginary friends. We might want to check it out later this week. Kids make up imaginary friends all the time. Pastor Daniel says there's a rat infestation in the church, and the rats are her friends. I don't know, it seemed weird. I should have known we'd have to deal with a spooky kid at some point. Okay, as much as I hate going back there, I guess that's a loose lead. If we don't have anything else to investigate once we've found Stella and... Kanika pauses. Once we've checked out the clinic, maybe we can look around the church. Sounds like a plan. Let's not get too distracted until we find Stella, though. Where to next? As you consider your next steps, you remember your appointment with Sybil. She seemed to be confident last night that Stella would be okay. Maybe she'll be able to help you find her. And she'd never disparage your gift. Perhaps she's one of the few people in town who can truly understand you. You have to see her. She's the thread tying everything together. But at the back of your mind, you can't help but feel as though there's more than just fate drawing you to the tea room. We should talk to your mom. I'm supposed to have tea with her today. Sure, we can humor her. She's probably going to give you some rocks or bundles of herbs for protection or something, which might actually work. Who knows? Guess there's only one way to find out. Let's do it. Someone says, I thought one of the statues had horns. Are you talking about the statues in the backyard of the estate? There are two little fawns. They're little satyrs. They have like deer legs and little nubby goat horns, or goat legs, I guess they are. The bells of the general store chime welcomingly as the three of you enter. Kanika, there you are. You were supposed to stay in bed today, remember? And hello, you two. Hope you're both recovered from last night's fiasco. Sorry, Mom, it's just that Stella's missing and Stella can take care of herself. Unlike you. You need bed rest and lots of fluids. You don't need to go running around town spreading that cold of yours. Go on, get up to bed. I'll be up in a minute with more tea. I thought you had some kind of important thing to talk to Millie about. I'm really feeling okay. I wanted to hear what you had to say to her. I'll just be doing a tea reading. Haven't those always bored you to tears? Okay, you're right. I'm not feeling well. I should go lay down. Bye, Millie. Kanika turns around and heads toward the stairs without saying another word. Something isn't right here, but it's hard to put it into words or pin it down into thoughts. And I'm so sorry to be a bad host, Avery, but I was hoping Millie and I could do our reading in private. I'm sure Winnie needs help at the diner. You're right, I totally left her on her own today. Fine by me. I wouldn't want to mess with your tea vibes. I'm sure those leaves are very particular. Oh, but before I go, I did want to ask. Are you a witch? As flattered as I am that you think I'm magical, I'm just an old lady who likes tea and has a few unusual hobbies. Look, I'm just saying doing stuff like reading tea leaves is pretty witchy as far as I'm concerned, but I won't push it. Though just so you know, if you are a witch, you can totally tell us. We'd be cool about it. I'll leave you all to your not supernatural private tea leaf reading. We'll catch up tomorrow, Millie. They make their way out of the general store, disappearing down the street in the direction of the diner. Shall we? Sybil motions toward the tea room. Please have a seat. I'll bring you a fresh cup. You take a seat at the small table at the edge of the room. It's dark here, only a sliver of sunlight able to filter through the heavy curtains, supplemented by the bright grow lights over the plant in the corner. Sybil joins you at the table and places a cup in front of you. It smells light and citrusy with an undercurrent of decaying earth. It's the same tea you sampled with Avery at the diner on Tuesday. I'll be able to do a reading once you're done. Until then, how about we just chat? You take the tea, sipping it delicately. The citrus smell is fleeting, quickly replaced with the earthiness at its core, like you've taken a mouthful of dirt. But the aftertaste combines the two flavors into something soothing and medicinal, and you find yourself feeling more comfortable, your muscles relaxing for the first time in days. It's soothing beyond what you would expect out of ordinary tea. There must be something magical at work in this blend. So, how did you wind up in Scarlet Hollow? Oh, my family's been in these hills for a long time. That's how I know so much of the local flora. Everything I've learned was handed down from generations of hill folk. There hasn't always been a reliable doctor up here, especially not one most folks could afford. They have to figure out their own medicine. Did you know my mom? But of course, in a town this size, you get to know everybody, no matter what the age difference might be. Vivian was a little younger than me, which meant I always had a certain older sister instinct about her. Her family wasn't good to her. Pearl Ann was a lot like your great-grandmother, Edwardine. Which was to say she's not a very kind woman. Which is to say she was not a very kind woman. Similar to Tabitha, but with more social grace and considerably more hatred for her fellow man. But your mother wasn't a shrinking violet either. She was just as stubborn as any other Scarlet. Her family choosing her as their punching bag made her into quite the rebel. Why were Pearl Ann and my mom raised by Edwardine? What happened to their mother? Their entry into this world was violent, I'm afraid. Their mother was young, too young to be pregnant, especially with twins. She didn't survive the labor. If you have keen eye and you go visit Oscar on day 1, he mentions Vivian or something, and one of the, like, Becca will be like, you'll hear them like whispering, and Becca's like, yeah, my mom heard that after they were born, she was just bleeding and it was buckets and buckets of blood. What do you know about my grandma? I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I think there were 2 in that generation. The youngest died when the girls were still children. Edwardine never spoke about them, nor did your mother. I feel like I know a lot about the women in my family, but what about the men? They even exist? I suppose they just haven't been very noteworthy since Edwardine took over the mines. Her husband died a long time ago, and to be quite honest, I can't remember his name. Might have been Stuart or something just as forgettable. From what Vivian said, her father was some teenage fling that ended once your grandmother found out she was pregnant. I'm fairly certain it was similar for Vivian, though she was much older, and I believe she was the one who ended it, what with skipping town and all. So nobody, not even Sybil, knows who our dad is. What happened when my mom found out she was pregnant? She came to me for advice. She was distraught. It was like she'd been handed a death sentence. Maybe it was fear from what had happened to her own mother. Maybe it was something else. But she seemed convinced she was in danger. Tabitha had already been born by then, of course, but she was born in wedlock, so I assume your mother's worries had something to do with religion. Though the Scarlets weren't particularly religious as far as I knew. But the way Vivian was that night came to me. It stuck in my mind. It's always had me wondering what it was about your family that made her panic so much at the thought of having a baby. What's with all the mystery and ritual? If you have something to tell me, just come out and say it. I'll need your tea leaves first. I have pieces of the puzzle, but the leaves should help to give me the full picture. You close your eyes and take another sip, and then another. It's delightful. The tea's gone before you know it. Small cup empty, save for what's left of rehydrated leaves coating the bottom. Oh, good. Glad you found the tea palatable enough to drink. It should do you some good. It's one of my more medicinal blends. Now, on to business. Sybil takes the cup from you, staring thoughtfully down at the sludge. Oh dear, this doesn't bode well. You've got just about every warning that can fit in the bottom of a cup. Cross, kettle, hourglass. All of these mean death, misery, difficulty, and the hourglass ties it all together with definite urgency. It's fair to assume this has to do with whatever brought the ditchlings. Something is coming, and whether any of us can stop it, I'm not sure. But we may at the very least be able to figure out what it is. And there's a central figure here, a cat, an enemy lurking in plain sight. I'd like to see. I'm sure it wouldn't make much sense to most people. It'll probably just look like a confusing mess of leaves, but you're free to take a look. You take the cup, staring down into it. It's just leaves. There's no pattern, nothing swimming together in the dregs of your tea to give you any warnings or premonitions. After a long moment, Sybil takes the cup back from you. I hope that settled your curiosity. Don't worry if you couldn't make sense of it. It takes years to learn this sort of thing, even for someone with your propensities. She winks conspiratorially. The cat could be Dustin. He's a possum who lives in my dresser, and I try to talk to him every day to hear his wisdom and help with his troubles. It would break my heart if he's the traitor. So, our only close friend who's in a position to do this, the cat could be Tabitha. But we actually get along really well. She's warmed up to you then. That's even worse. If you're right and she is the cat, that means she's managed to deceive you. Be careful. She might not have your best interests at heart. It's clear something bad is coming your way, and let's suppose for a second that you're right, and it's possibly connected to your cousin. Knowing this means we can try to counteract whatever she might have planned for you. From what Tabitha said, it seems like she wants you to stay put and stop snooping around. It sounds to me like she's trying to keep you from finding something. Judging by what you told me last night, those stones, carvings, seals, whatever you want to call them, I think it's likely they have something to do with this. It's possible Tabitha doesn't want you finding more of them. Perhaps she doesn't want you to see any more visions about what your family has done. I don't know if it's just about protecting the Scarlet legacy or if there's something even more sinister at play, but finding more of them could be vital to protecting yourself from her. Have you sensed any others around town? Do you think you might be able to find another? Your thoughts drift back to that door yesterday, the one that seemed to draw you in, urging you deeper into the clinic. Even just remembering it is enough to tug at you, compelling you to return and open it to see what's on the other side. You can find Stella later. Maybe you can even find her there. What's important now is seeing what's hidden in the clinic. I think I felt another in the clinic. That's good. If you can find your way inside and uncover another stone, that could give you a leg up on Tabitha. Especially if you don't let her know what you're up to. You'll just have to be careful to avoid the doctor. Something tells me she won't take you too kindly to you sniffing around her clinic. I think that's all the help I can offer. I hope this conversation has been illuminating, even if it just brought up more questions than giving any clear answers. Now, you helped last night. Why don't you come with me? I may have been able to see through that spirit's illusions, but I'm not some kind of all-powerful entity. I'm an old woman. I have trouble with my knees, and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. In most situations, I'd be more of a liability than a helpful companion. Imagine if I'd been in those mines with you. Some use I'd be, struggling to climb over rocks and ladders, throwing my back out from all the crouching. All right, I'll let you know if I find anything. Glad to hear it. Hope all goes well, and I wish you luck. Hopefully you won't need it. Thank you again for humoring an old lady and stopping by for a chat. With a small grunt of effort, Sybil gets up from the table and you're escorted back to the door. And remember, be careful who you put your trust in. According to T, the cat is getting ready to pounce, and merely being ready for it might not be enough. Also, we can see Kanika's dad here. We can see when they were when Sybil was younger. Loving this image. The flat top. Sybil closes the door to the tea room. The bells of its door strangely flat in the stale air of the nearly empty general store. Hey Miles, ghosts are real, just thought you should know. Yeah, I know. I've seen tons of videos of ghosts doing stuff on the internet. I'm not 12. So Kanika has a cold, huh? That's what she says. She's just trying to get out of work again. Like I didn't have anything better to do all week while she sits in her room watching anime. This says the guy in Goku pants. Everybody knows Dragon Ball is good anime. She watches the trashy shit. See any weird rocks around town? Yeah, you. He smirks. Clearly this is a very sick burn and he should feel bested by his wit. Let's check in on Kanika. You're not going anywhere before checking in on Kanika. You make your way upstairs. Mom, I really don't need any more tea. I think I'm just going to lie down for a while. I'm not your mom. Oh, Millie, what's up? I was going to go to the clinic. I was hoping you would join me. Sorry, Millie. My mom was right. I'm exhausted. I probably shouldn't push it or I'll wind up worse off tomorrow. Looks like we're on our own. You make your way out of the general store and down the road to the clinic. I'm going to get a drink. Just take a quick minute here. I guess I'll... You make your way up the familiar hill, past the rows of ragged houses that make up Scarlet Hollow's residential area. It isn't long before you find yourself outside of Dr. Kelly's clinic, its secrets enticing you to find a way in. So now that I'm looking for him... Oh no, is that... That's a ditchling, I thought. Oh no, Wayne's over here. He's everywhere. He's always... Man. Where's Waldo? There's one in the storm drain. Mr. Raccoon. Alright, I will be right back. I'm just going to grab a drink. Somebody says the raccoons have got to have an accent. True, but it's very funny that we're in North Carolina and I'm absolutely going to give the raccoon like a New York, like a cartoon New York accent. Yeah, see? Yeah, this game has incredible music. One of my favorite tracks is coming up, actually. I got hot chips. Why would the raccoons have a Borat accent? They're indigenous to North America. They're not like Kazakh raccoons. No, I gotta feed Grub. She's looking at me. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta feed my cat, and then we'll go. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I feed Grub like a little bit. Her food is like a little bit fancy. It's like it's like this brand that doesn't have any vegetable or grain stuff in it because cats are obligate carnivores. They're not supposed to eat those things, you know, and they're just used as like cheap filler in cat food. And she's always been a little bit picky about getting the, like if there's any like big chunks in there, she kind of eats around them. So I have to kind of mash everything up. I got her a kind that was like this sort of like paste, I think my mic's a little hot. I got this kind of, it's like fully pureed into like paste. And she loves that. But since I got her that, she won't eat the regular kind anymore. So I think I spoiled my cat. Yeah, Death MG8GC says a dark and empty chest is a personal highlight of mine. That's a really good song. Also, any of the variations of Stella's theme are really good. I used both in the video. She's not too bad about food though. She's like, she bugs me when it's mealtime, but she doesn't get too crazy. Even at the bottom of the hill, you can already feel the presence. It's like a magnet has been fixed to your ribcage, tugging you forward, guiding you toward this compulsive frequency. I like that Mystical is like, just going through the clinic door, no one will see you. So we're going for the Reese romance in this route, so hopefully I can read all that aloud without dying. You quickly glance around, eyes trained on the underbrush. A flash of striped tail grabs your eye immediately. Can I help you, Buster? Hey there, if you were trying to break into that house at the top of the hill, how would you do it? What, just because I got little hands to go through people's trash, I'm supposed to know how to break into places? There's a hill that'll take you right up to the big flat roof thing. Sometimes the humans leave windows open and I go inside. Don't tell them, okay? I like to sleep in their big piles of cloth. It's one of my few joys in life. He leaves as you turn back to look at the clinic. You have your way in. We'll try seeing Reese first. See the window? You cautiously approach the house, kneeling next to the low basement windows of Reese's room. You knock. There's no one in there. Reese must be somewhere else. Oh, that got rid of my option to go on through the roof. Doesn't really matter. You found at times that if you haven't wished to be seen, there's nothing stopping you from remaining hidden. Graveyards, abandoned buildings, old tunnels. You've been in all sorts of strange and unusual places without incident. And for some reason, tonight, Dr. Kelly's clinic feels no different. Also, every single time I hear boiled peanuts, I hear it in Coach's voice from Left 4 Dead 2. Boiled peanuts. Boiled peanuts. That really thick Louisiana accent. You haphazardly make your way up the old wooden stairs of the clinic's wraparound porch, taking steps in strange patterns. To an outside observer, you might appear to be drunk, but there's an unconscious method to your conscious madness, though even you would be hard-pressed to describe it. But there's no creak or moan of ancient wood as you make your way to the door. Silence. You push the door open slowly and slip in. You can see the doc at a desk in some room down the hall. She hasn't noticed you. You shut the door silently, watching her closely. You're in the clinic. Feel free to explore as you please. So we've got family planning, heart health and aging, health in aging, pregnancy facts. Have you had your lungs checked today? Dangers of the mining industry. Flu season. There's a shot. I guess it is October, so. Preventative measures against lung damage. We got a mask, we got lungs. Got our October calendar. Whose cat is this? Like, they don't have any pets. They've never had any pets, actually, because animals don't like Reese. Or rather, you're free to explore as you please. You feel that odd sensation again, the nagging pull of whatever it was that wanted you to find it. You're here now, and it knows you're here, and you know exactly what it is. Another stone carving, eager to show you its secrets. You've been caught by its gravity, an overwhelming curiosity guiding you around a corner and toward a dark doorway down the stairs. It's been left ajar, as if inviting you to enter. The lights click on. You're in the morgue. Millie, what are you doing in the morgue? All of these options are good. Oh my god, you died and she Frankensteined you back to life. Am I interrupting something? Let's go. Hi. Hey. Sorry, this must look kind of weird. I promise I'm not secretly dead already or something. Sometimes I just come down here to practice. Rehearse. Now, if you are a living corpse, that wouldn't be a deal breaker. It's good to know. I'm still not, but I'm glad I haven't managed to scare you off. It's not often I get to meet new people. Especially new people I would like to get to know better. His words seem distant to you. The tugging is strong down here. You can almost feel yourself slipping into a trance, and your eyes wander to the back wall of the morgue. You need to see what's back there. You touch the wall. It feels disappointingly solid under your palms. Hey, are you okay? You feel Reese's hand gently shake your shoulder, and for a moment, the thing on the other side of the blank white wall loosens its pull on you. You kind of looked possessed for a second there. Are you good? Make him understand. Use your words. Don't let this fervor consume you. Be present in the moment. You inhale deeply and take in your surroundings. You can't help but notice one of the body storage drawers is labeled Pearl and Scarlet. You step forward and pull out the drawer. God. Coughing, so using my voice so much the last couple days. So this is your Aunt Pearl Ann, Coal Baroness of the Scarlet Mines and local she-devil that it seemed no one, not even her own daughter, was able to mourn. This is not the first corpse you've seen, but it feels the same as any other. She's an empty body now, the warmth and energy of a life now dissipated. The same as your mother was, and the same as you'll be one day. Cold air rises from her bluish skin, her vacant, filmy eyes staring up at nothing. You try to imagine what she might have looked like alive and breathing, slinging subtle insults at the townsfolk, but it's hard to picture any expression on a face so stiff and cold with death. Making sure she didn't walk off? It's so weird that the first time I'm meeting her is like this. Probably means you'll have better memories of her than anybody else in town if what I've heard about her was true. I only met her a couple of times. She never said anything, but she didn't have to. Her look was enough, like I was a cockroach that had just scurried onto her shoe. Having seen what there was to see, you slide the drawer back in and close it. The mines had a stone carving the other night, as did Oscar's house yesterday. They've been giving me visions, and I sense one on the other side of this wall. I need to see it. Reese glances back at the wall. You're really serious, aren't you? This is probably a bad idea, but if you really need to get in there, I'm pretty sure there's an emergency axe somewhere upstairs. I just need to get the doc out of her hair. Should take 2 seconds. Get the doc out of her hair? Yeah, if I say I'm sick and I need something, she'll drop whatever she's doing and do it for me. Surefire way to get her out of the house. And most of the time it's true anyway. How'd you learn that little trick? When you're a teenager whose doctor mom won't leave you alone for 2 seconds, you learn how to make it happen. Thanks for understanding. Don't mention it. If there's anything I can do to actually be useful, I'm happy to help. Be right back. He strides past you, his long legs moving swiftly. He seems excited, his usual dour demeanor replaced with an uncharacteristic pep when facing the prospect of sneaking around and tearing down walls. You hear his soft voice filtering in through the open doorway at the top of the stairs, a hoarse and sickly edge added for effect as he speaks to his mother. Hey, Mom! He coughs gently. Reese, I didn't know you were awake. I feel like shit, but I think I could finally keep some juice down. Looks like we're all out, though. Really? I thought I just picked some up. I've got an errand to run on Main Street anyway. I'll go pick up some orange juice, and some ginger ale, too. That'd be awesome. Sorry to ask, I know you're probably busy. It's no problem, it doesn't take long. Don't do anything too strenuous while I'm gone, just lie in bed until I get back. Thanks, Mom, I'll take it easy. You hear her footsteps move down the hall, then the front door opening and closing. It worked. Theatric rasp has left his voice, excitement rising in its place. Come on up, we don't have long until she's back. That sick voice is just how I actually sound. As you step out of the morgue, you relax. The extra space between you and the carving has weakened its hold on you, and with it, your desperation to claw your way through the wall and unveil it. That's one of those emergency fire axes, so it should be pretty obvious wherever it is, though I'm not sure where she would be keeping it. I'll show you around. Let's try the doc's office first. You make your way to the doorway of her now vacant office. I don't see an axe in here. He's right. A cursory glance reveals nothing but stacks of paper and cabinets of medical supplies. But something on the desk catches your eye. Some sort of records, with your family's name on them. Reese stops in the doorway, turning to watch you leaf through the documents. Find something interesting? Your family's death certificates. You quickly flip through a few other Scarlets whose names aren't quite as familiar. Theodore Scarlet, born May 24th, 1890, died 1918, age 28. Cause of death, crushed in mine collapse, body not recovered, signed by his brother, Enoch Scarlet. Joseph Scarlet, April 1914, died June 7, 1944. Louis Scarlet, August 1920, died same day, or died the day before. Both killed at Normandy in the line of duty. These must have been Edwardines' brothers. Certificate of fetal death, infant boy, Andrew Charles Scarlet. Delivered April 3rd, 1945, stillbirth, mother, Edwardine Scarlet. So that boy is named after Charlie. Cause of death, complications during birth. No doctor present. Home burial. Alexander Scarlet, born December 12, 1947, died August 20th, 1957. Age 9, missing, presumed dead, signed by mother Edwardine Scarlet. Alexandra, the owner of the doll, so she went missing. Mary Bell Scarlet, born September 3rd, 1946, died October 30th, 1963, age 17. Cause of death, complications during childbirth, signed by her mother, Edwardine Scarlet. Wow, that's a lot of kids to outlive. Enoch Scarlet, born September 9th, 1887, died August 20th, 1957, age 69. Cause of death, fall from cliff. This one has a coroner's report attached. Organs sustained impact injuries. Lacerations to the neck and body consistent with fall from great height. Whoa, an actual autopsy report. Looks ancient. Reese's eyes flick up to the doorway, and a second later you hear the sound of the front door handle being turned. His hand is on your shoulder before you even register what's happening, and you're pushed back and out of view of the front door. Shit, I'm not supposed to be in here. We gotta hide. He hurries to the closet door, motioning you inside. You slip past him and squish yourself into what little space is available in the nearly full closet. Reese is close on your heels. You let him in. Together you listen as the doctor makes her way to some room deeper into the clinic. In the silence of this tiny closet, every breath seems too loud, as if you could expect Dr. Kelly to hear it from wherever she was across the house. We'd better wait a second, just in case. I'm pushing that button. You're momentarily distracted from the danger at hand by Reese's sudden closeness. It's almost strange to be here with him after the way he was hidden away for the first few days of your week in Scarlet Hollow. It made him into a seemingly mythical figure, the tragic artist wasting away in a basement guarded by a tyrannical warden. Now he's right in front of you, a flesh and blood human being, one you could reach out and touch if you so desired. You gotta be subtle here. Grasp the door frame, leaning dangerously close to him. You reach out a steadying hand, as if trying to get a better look at the office through the small crack in the door. You can see the edge of the door tremble, and realize that Reese is shaking slightly, the air between you practically vibrating with tension. Sorry, I know these are close quarters. You shift slightly, your shoulder brushing against the skin of his arm. He's cold, as you'd expect from someone who'd just been napping in a morgue, but it's almost a relief in the sticky air of the closet. He tenses up. You can almost hear his heart skip a beat as his breath catches in his throat. He closes his eyes, his expression betraying the calm that another human's touch has brought. You're so warm. His voice is almost imperceptibly quiet, his words struggling to be heard over footsteps that once again echo down the hallway outside. The footsteps return. They get louder, approaching the open office door, and they stop. Much to your relief, she opens another door, leaving the main clinic. We're in the clear. So if you, one of the options in there reveals that because Tabitha says he smells weird at one point. One of the options in there reveals that he smells normal, except there's a scent of ozone on him, which is, ozone smells a little bit like pool chemicals. If you lean in really close to a CRT TV monitor and sniff the screen while it's on, you might smell it. Or if you have a one of those like plasma ball toys that has like it's like the glass orb with like the lightning inside of it that you can touch and it'll go. That smells like it too. It's not like an unpleasant smell, but Tabitha seems to have a negative association with it. It's also pretty faint, and Tabitha's being able to spot it so easily is probably down to her having keen eye. We've probably only got a minute or two until she comes back, so let's make it count. The medical supply room is probably our best bet. If any other room in the clinic is likely to have a fire axe, it's probably the room full of chemicals. This way. Someone says, wait, have you ever smelled ozone from a TV? Yeah, like anything that's got static on it is going to smell like it. Or yeah, if there's a thunderstorm, there's that particular smell outside. Lightning is the main cause of ground level ozone. Because it, when lightning strikes, when there's any like electrical discharge in the air, some of the oxygen in the air gets converted into ozone. So if you've ever been around like high voltage stuff, you'll sometimes smell it. Yeah, it's with CRTs you smell it in that static veil on the screen. You have to put your nose like right on it to smell it, and you probably shouldn't be doing that because ozone is not very good for you. He motions you down a hallway, slipping through the slightly ajar door of what you assume to be the supply room. Yes, there it is. Keys. Here we go. He rushes over to the cabinet that contains a bright red axe, pulling the glass door open. Your axe? Now we can... Reese pauses, turning to listen intently. That was the door from the house. Come on, if we hurry, we can get you back downstairs. I'll run interference. Go downstairs, quick. You can hear her approaching now, floorboards creaking in the hallway on the other side of the office. You follow Reese's instruction, once again starting down the basement stairs, letting the pull of the stone carving guide your way back to the morgue. Dr. Kelly's voice filters down from above. I was right, we did already have juice. It was just in the back of the fridge, but there's no harm in having extra. What are you doing in the clinic? I thought I told you to go rest. Well, I'm just going to chill in the morgue. I got my speakers, so if you hear some weird sounds, that's just my music. Be sure to put in earplugs to drown out all that industrial clanging you listen to. You know I'm not the biggest fan of you spending time down there. It can't be good for your mental health to hang out in a refrigerator for corpses. Do you at least have a blanket this time? Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just a change of scenery. My room feels too claustrophobic right now. Okay. I'll let you know when it's time for dinner. You hear the door close and the sound of Reese descending the stairs to join you in the fluorescent lit room below. Hey. You listen to music that sounds like a wall being broken down? Of course I do. I'm sad all the time. I'm glad my taste in music is finally coming in handy. It's exactly the cover we need. Stop asking questions. It's time to see what's on the other side of that wall. I should warn you, something spooky might happen when we break down that wall. Reese smiles. Good. I feel like I've been missing out lately. Wall, now. Wall now, yes? Have at it. You approach the far end of the morgue, axe practically singing through the air as you strike the wall. The first cut offers a surprising amount of resistance. There's some structure behind it, some wood frame holding it in place, trying to stand between you and weights on the other side. You stagger back from the massive hole in the wall and admire your effort. Holy shit. The splintered edge frames a dark passage, seemingly cut deep into the side of the cliff, cold seeping from the edge from a forgotten place in the already frigid morgue. Reese coughs as he takes a better look at what lies beyond the wound in the wall. There's a whole hallway back here. Thick, stale air leaks from the hole, filling the morgue with an earthy mildew smell, like the room is slowly filling with dirt. And with the stink of the grave-like room beyond comes an even stronger compulsion. You step forward. And you climb into the hole. This is wild. I had no idea any of this was here. An entire hospital wing rotting for decades behind some flimsy drywall. Why is this place hidden away? A lot of awful stuff happened at this hospital. Maybe people just felt the need to bury those memories. The last place I lived had a steam radiator like this. Which I think indicates that this was during the 20s. Because those are really old. They were, they're all over New York, I guess, because of, this is a thing that people found out about during COVID, is during the Spanish flu epidemic in, I think that was in 1918, New York decided to it became known that like having a heated space made it harder for the flu to be transmitted, which is something that we still know it's got to do with like the way that the droplets hang in the air or something. They didn't know it at the time. They just knew that transmission was lower in warm areas. So they a lot of older New York buildings have these really good heating systems, but you can't turn them off. Like they're just part of the building and they just function, and you can just have your room be hot and there's not much you can do about it. Or maybe a pipe burst or something, I don't know. Also, there's some, this was originally like a tuberculosis hospital, I think. This is where they would have treated Arthur Morgan if he had come to North Carolina. You don't bother to retrieve the axe. The final wall concealing the carving is rotten, water damage having eaten away at the wood over the course of the unknowable years. The planks nearly reduced to sawdust. You tear into it. Enoch, I thought you weren't gonna come. That was where you leave me here forever. They said there's nothing they can do. I'll never use my legs again. Enoch, what am I gonna do? Calm down, What was my Enoch voice? Calm down, Teddy. These doctors don't know what they're talking about. I've been doing my own research, and I found us an alternative. We won't have to worry about anything from here on out. I promise. I want to talk to the witch. A witch? But that's nonsense. It's alright. It's sorted. We're taking you home today, and everything will be resolved by this time next week. That's right, Doctor. At this point, I think it's safe to say his body was never recovered. So, we're seeing this scene because we have both Mystic and we drank the tea. You normally don't see this part. Whoever it was who claimed to be Theodore wasn't him. Wasn't even paralyzed, as it turns out. Just some grifter trying to take advantage of the tragedy. Everything goes black. So, obviously the tea is not good in some ways, but it's also showing us stuff that we wouldn't have seen otherwise, which is helpful. So while there's something certainly sinister about Sybil, I don't think she's like unilaterally out to get us. That wasn't fake Theodore. That was the real Theodore. So if you didn't quite gather what happened there, Teddy was Enoch's younger brother. He was injured in the mine collapse and paralyzed. And Enoch went to see him at the hospital and said, "We figured out a way to fix everything. We're bringing you home tomorrow." And Teddy was like, "Oh, cool." And then the next thing we see is Enoch telling the doctor that, look, oh, that wasn't Teddy. Teddy was never here. So, and then we have the death certificates that say that Teddy died in the mine collapse. But we know that's not true. We know that he went to the hospital and Enoch removed him from the hospital and covered up the fact that he was ever there. So what happened to Teddy? And it's especially ominous because, you know, he's paraplegic, like. Couldn't exactly defend himself if something bad was happening. Your vision swims back into focus, and it takes a solid second or two to reorient yourself. You're in an unfamiliar bed. Reese leans against the far wall, eyeing you with concern and curiosity. Hey, I was worried you slipped into a coma or something. You tore down a wall like a wild animal, found some weird carving, and collapsed. I think you might have had a seizure. Are you okay? How did I get here? I carried you. I wish I'd been awake while you carried me. I could always put on a repeat performance if that's the sort of thing you like. had a vision. Like a hallucination? I have those sometimes too. Used to have them a lot as a teen. Always just weird little things, like my hands would look wrong, or my neck would seem too long, or the room would feel smaller. At least one of those death records is murky. I don't think Teddy died in the mine collapse. Family has secrets. That's a weird thing to cover up, but that's not too surprising. An old family like that usually has at least a few secrets. But hopefully that's all ancient history. It's not like it's easy to cover up deaths these days, right? Does Dr. Kelly know I'm here? No, snuck you back into the house while she was busy in the medical storage room. Figure you would want to come too in the morgue. Yeah, so what now? Oh, we might be stuck down here a little bit. Doc is on the warpath up there. I refuse to take my medicine and she's not happy about it. Went ahead and blocked my door so she can't get down here. Now we just have to wait her out. Why didn't you take your medicine exactly? Because it makes me feel like shit? I was fine yesterday until the doc made me take my pills, and then I was fine all day today. What's the harm in going a day without, right? And now that I'm not taking it, it's like all these weird little memories have come rushing back. Bad memories. I don't think the doc's a good person. I don't think she wants me to be healthy. I don't think she wants me to see people. And now that I'm waking up to that truth, I don't think there's any going back. For either of us. Well, let's find a distraction until it's safe to leave. A distraction seems like a good idea. As you can probably tell, I'm getting a little jittery. Doesn't feel awful, to be honest. You could always draw me. If you're sure you're okay with sitting for a portrait, I'd love to draw you. There's a quality to drawing that almost makes it like catching memories, as sappy as that probably sounds. But this can be sort of a snapshot of the night my life turned around. It's definitely a memory worth holding on to. Oh, I have got a delivery that has just arrived, so I need to go grab that. Be right back. For some reason, the delivery guy had a 4-year-old girl with him. Like, I think she was his daughter, the way they were talking, but it's very funny. Okay, let's check out Reese's room real fast. This is the only time we see it from this angle. So we saw the other day that painting that had the, kind of the hole punched in it or cut with a knife or something. There's a covered up mirror. He's got the head from The Thing. He's got the box from Hellraiser. There's a Hellraiser poster here too. He's got Michael Myers. Not Mike Myers, that's Shrek. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I know this hand one. I can't read the font. This looks like Wayne. I'll get you a chair. He excitedly hurries across the room, pulling up a couple chairs. You can see the difference in his energy now that he hasn't had his daily dose of poison. He's more talkative, less slouched. His long limbs no longer perpetually tucked in at his sides. May I touch your face? You don't have to ask permission. He places a gentle hand on your jaw, tilting your head slightly to the side. His hands are warm now. The corpse-like coldness is gone, replaced by a lively heat that stays on your cheek even once he pulls his hand away. Perfect. He pauses for a moment, his eyes locking with yours, a palpable tension filling the room. Doop. You reach up and gently take his hand in yours. Reese stands stock still, a slightly nervous tremor in his shoulders as his icy blue eyes lock onto yours. They shine slightly in the dim light of the basement. The two of you spend a tense, silent moment staring at each other, but Reese finally breaks his frozen stance, reaching back up to you, his fingertips resting lightly on your cheek. They tremble on your skin. He leans forward. There's a knock on the window.
Wayne, this isn't a good time. Millie, don't get any closer to that thing. It's time to go home.
That voice. I know that voice. Is that who's been following you around? Without another word, Wayne starts pounding on the window. Good luck, freak. That glass is shatterproof. Enemies upstairs, enemies outside. We're surrounded. Even if I get out of this house, I won't be safe. You won't be safe. I think you might be overreacting. That's only because you don't know what kind of danger you're in. I know what it's like to have my life stolen by someone else. It destroys you in every way. But I'm not weak anymore. Sure, no more cowering. If someone tries to hurt me, I should hurt them back. And I can do the same for you, Millie. We're in this together. The window shatters. As Reese tears at his clothes, paint bubbles out from the canvases, his ghoulish figures peeling themselves out of their two-dimensional worlds, invading yours, crawling up the walls.
Grab my hand. I'll pull you out. Leave us alone!
In a surge of violence, the change that has been brewing inside Reese finally comes. As it manifests, the broken basement window is sealed off, and Wayne along with it.
We aren't safe, but we're strong now. I think I can save us. Stay here. I'll be right back. I just have to deal with the doc.
Reese storms up the stairs, leaving you with his creations. So there's a lot of different things we can do here. I think we're just going to stay put. Reese said you should stay here, so you will. There are a few moments of silence. It's interrupted by some kind of percussive sound, like a quiet gunshot. You hear heavy stumbling footsteps. Then Dr. Kelly screams. It cuts out, interrupted. You can only imagine why. The silence returns. Then footsteps on the stairs down to the basement.
It's done. She's not a problem anymore.
What did you do?
I defended myself. I stopped her from hurting anyone else. I earned my freedom.
We'll go for a hug. You take a few careful steps toward him, then wrap your arms around his waist, holding him close. He's tense at first, surprised by the sudden touch. But he relaxes, his long, sinewy arms wrapping around you, his massive hands curling their long fingers around your back and shoulders. The membranes under his arms fold around you like bat wings, pulling you closer to his chest. He smells metallic and unnatural, the iron stink of blood heavy in the air, the rapidly cooling liquid soaking into your clothes as you hold him. Did you know what you really were? What do you mean? I'm human. I'm pretty sure I'm human. I don't think humans can do what I just did, so maybe I'm something else. Do I look different? You're beautiful.
I do feel more like myself. Comfortable for the first time I can remember. As long as you like the way I am, I don't care how I might look to anyone else.
He reaches out a clawed hand. It brushes your cheek, and you can feel the long streak of blood it leaves on your face, the metallic smell lingering even as the blood-soaked hand returns to his side. The two of you are bonded for life. I won't voice an opinion on what he did there. There's a creak on the stairs above you.
Come along, Millie. Don't waste another second talking to it. It's unstable.
You're real.
Better get running.
Pure terror in his eyes, Reese scrambles through the window and bounds off into the wilderness, his creations pouring out after him.
Shall we?
What is he?
A mistake.
Did you do something to Stella?
I didn't have to. She didn't have it in her to stand by your side. Remember that if you find her. She won't be there when you need her.
You better not hurt him. I care about him.
You shouldn't. There's no telling what it'll do now that it's loose. You do best to keep your distance.
Well... no getting away. You follow Wayne out of the clinic and back onto Main Street. There, you can ask what happened to Wayne in that scene. I'd missed the dialogue option. You can ask like where Wayne went when Reese comes back downstairs, and he goes, "I threw him out the window," which is such a funny, like, I don't know, the just a monster battle, and he just like did the watch your tone MF where he just backhands him out the window. The night is oddly warm compared to the chill of the day, crickets singing quietly in the sleepy little neighborhood. Everything that happened in the clinic feels almost like a dream, and now that it's over, you realize how little it meshes with your understanding of the world. It's time to go home. Before you and Wayne cover much ground, you're interrupted by the sound of panting and the telltale jingling of dog tags. As you turn to look for the source, your companion seemingly vanishes from your side. It's the militia. They've poured out of the woods to stand before you on the road.
You were looking for Gretchen, weren't you?
We found her in person. They're safe by the road, a little ways through the woods.
They're both fine, but the human wouldn't leave when we tried to make her, and Gretchen insisted on sticking by her side, so we'll have to take you to them.
Hopefully you could use her people words to get them to someplace safe. The woods are crawling with those awful creatures. It's not safe anymore, not even for a human. She's safe? Good, I'll let her do her thing then. But they're all alone out there. You can't leave members of your pack all on their own at a time like this.
Now, Daisy, let's assume the humans know when they need to help each other. We've done our part. It's in the speaker's hands now. We can't force the issue.
I swear, you humans have no loyalty.
Watch over them while we can.
We don't have the relationship with Stella to help her with whatever she's going through, but we told Tabitha where she was. Or we told Tabitha to look for her, so. Tabby will find her. And then the voice of your companion returns.
All done for the night? I thought I'd give you a little space, shall we? It's time for you to get home.
He appears as if out of nowhere, clothes streaked with what at first looks like blood and gore, but you quickly realize is paint.
I'll walk you.
So if you go upstairs after Reese, you see them fighting, and Wayne gets a pretty big slash on his torso that remains, and Reese gets his like arm like shocked. No way, dude. I'm walking home by myself. You start walking up the road, Wayne's silhouette quickly fading into the dark of the night. But it's not long before you hear the slow, methodical thud of his boots on the road behind you. I guess you're walking me home anyway.
I rarely leave your side. You're just not always aware of it. Not much point in hiding from you all the time, especially when you're alone. It's not like you could get rid of me if you tried. And the woods are getting dark and dangerous. I'm only here to keep you safe and to talk.
Wayne walks just ahead of you in near complete silence. Did you know Reese was like that?
I knew he was different. How exactly, I wasn't sure, but now I know. I should be able to make quick work of him next time.
don't you lay a finger on him, you hear me?
You've gotten so attached to him. What a shame. I don't expect he's long for this world. Even if I don't put him out of his misery, someone else will, eventually. I'm sure your infatuation will fade with time.
Thought you wanted me to stay at the estate. Aren't you going to lecture me?
You are free to make your own decisions, and those decisions have been made. I know that something pulls at you, and now that it's started, I know that you cannot stop until your task is finished. I'll keep you safe while you do what you must.
I found my family's death records today. Things aren't adding up.
Good, you're starting to see the holes then. Look for more.
Why are you following me around? Why not Stella or Kanika or Sybil? Why not Tabitha?
Because you're special.
But why? Why am I so special?
You simply are. Do you not feel the ties that bind us? They are unbreakable. You don't need to keep coming up with new topics of conversation to fill the silence. You're tired. It's been a long night. You should rest.
Wayne remains silent for the rest of the journey back to the estate.
I'm sure we'll see each other tomorrow. You should try to spend some time in that old building before you head to town. Tabitha won't be around, too busy at the mines. Forbidden places won't be forbidden without her there to stop you. And you might be surprised at what you find. Until then, sleep well.
He disappears into the underbrush. You're back! I was wondering if something happened to you, or if you'd maybe forgotten about our ice cream plans. I wouldn't miss cousin bonding time for the world, Tabitha. Let's do it. I'm kind of glad I won't be eating alone tonight. Thanks. You follow your cousin to the kitchen, and she pulls out 2 pints of banana chocolate chunk. She puts one on the table and wordlessly thrusts the other into your hands. I'm sure there's a lot you want to talk about, but we're both here, we're both safe, and we've both had a long week. Let's just exist together. The two of you stand in the kitchen, quietly eating banana-flavored ice cream while Frou-Frou gently purrs in her sleep nearby, an oasis of calm. But as Tabitha's spoon scrapes the bottom of her empty pint, the moment ends. All right, I'm off to bed. You should try and get some sleep, too. Here's hoping tomorrow's uneventful, right? Thanks for this. Your cousin leaves for her room, your body breaking down from the stress of the day's events. There's nothing left for you to do but head to bed. Exhausted beyond belief, you stumble into your room and collapse on the bed. The damp smell of the mattress is starting to become almost welcoming, a sign that the now daily horrors of Scarlet Hollow are finally behind you. At least until the sun inevitably rises once again. You close your eyes, your exhausted body succumbing to sleep almost immediately. As you drift off, you think of Reese, out in the woods somewhere, bloodstained, free, and beautiful. And then you think of nothing. I'll drop a save. Would you like to see a recap before starting episode 5? Sure, let's get a recap. I won't read through this time because I read a lot of this already. So we saw these at the start of the stream. The country ambiance clashes terribly with who's been eyeing you with something between curiosity and dawning horror. I was clearly trying to say it quietly, but of course you heard her. You're the only 2 people here. Have either of you seen Rosalina around town? I don't want to be a helicopter dad, but she hasn't been answering my texts, and I want to make sure she isn't getting into trouble out there. Nothing strenuous, we promise. Whatever you two have planned is probably beyond what he can manage right now anyways. I guess the old Maxwell place doesn't cut it as a secret hangout spot these days. Your father was a foreman at the continuous mining facility. We'll see if he even has a job tomorrow morning. My dad says our house is haunted. So everything's normal in these in this recap. There's nothing different. The Possum Saga. She's even blanked out of this room. I like that we're friends with the Hat Man. So yeah, the dialogue hasn't changed. Somebody's missing. Oscar and startled as the door swings open. Yeah, she's even blanked out at the trial. This is the song, by the way, that I really liked that plays in the clinic. I just saw this. Kanika's not in for any of this, so that's fine. A lonely piano refrain echoes through your head as you sleep. It feels like it goes on forever, clumsy and uncertain of itself, stopping and starting at random. But as your dreams start to fade, you realize the music is following you to the waking world, continuing even as your mind re-solidifies and banishes the last few remnants of your dreams. When it finally stops, you're startled by the sudden silence. Human? Human, wake up! You slowly come to, roused by the voice of your small opossum friend. You feel strangely cold and uncomfortable, your muscles stiff and achy, your head still cloudy with sleep. Your vision comes into focus. See? Human not dead. Okay, no easy breakfast for Dustin and Dustin Mom. Dustin stands on your chest, his beady black eyes staring down into yours. Dustin's mom is hovering a healthy distance away. So one thing to note is that here, where the wallpaper's peeling, the walls are lath and plaster underneath. You see that wood there. Let's start crying. Your lower lip trembles as tears well up in your eyes. They bubble over, streaming down your face as you lie on your back on the dirty floor, crying. Human is being creepy, leaking and shaking. Maybe Human is sick. Dustin, get away from sick Human. No, Human is crying. I mean, Human sad. It okay. Dustin here. Nothing bad will happen to Human. Dustin spent too much time in Human house. Did you two hear something just now, like a piano? Dustin not know about piano. Could be from some weird bird, though. No need worry about weird bird. Weird birds sound like a far away from here. How did I get here? Scary human come into room at night. Took good human away. Dustin was very, very scared, but Dustin follow anyway, to help good human. Dustin not have good sense of self-preservation. But good human did not get eaten. Yay, Dustin helped. You stand, your legs still wobbly with sleep, the odd tilt of the floor adding to your unsteadiness. So this is the forbidden wing, and Wayne dragged you here in your sleep. Can you ever trust the safety of your bed again? There are 2 doors out of the barren room. One is a normal doorway, leading into what you assume to be a hallway. What is this wallpaper? It's like, it's got like people. Like picking fruit. Figs or something. The other's a door that must have once been hidden through the ruin, though the ruined state of the wallpaper has robbed it of its secrecy. There doesn't seem to be a clear way to open it besides the brass circle where a handle should be. Home on other side. You lean forward, peering through the narrow opening at what lies beneath the door. The marsupial's right. It's your room. Which means you'd be able to slip right back into the safety of the rest of the house if you could just manage to find the handle. You cross the slanted room and exit into the hallway beyond. Before you is a long hallway. Dust dances in weak sunlight, beaming in through cracked glass. A tinge of mildew stings your nose, warning you away. There's nowhere else to run to now. An ornate entryway, its door long gone, breaks the monotony of the faded wallpaper, and a staircase looms at the end. Investigate the ornate entryway. You make your way to the large set of double doors in the middle of the hallway. You can hear the light click of claws on hardwood as Dustin's mom toddles along a safe distance behind you. It seems like some kind of entertainment room, the sort you'd expect out of fancy rich people who wanted to show off. It would feel elegant if not for the massive crack that runs the entire length of the floor. The air here stinks of mildew. You can see why Tabitha doesn't want you exploring these rooms. There's a large painting on the far wall of the room. From a distance it looks like it might depict the town. Something else catches your eye, too. A bookshelf, or rather what's left of a bookshelf, hanging by a single rusted hinge. Its sagging shelves reveal some sunless space beyond, once hidden, now exposed by the rot of the house. Dustin almost never come in here. All open space, too scary. But room behind wall is a good hiding place. Dustin hide there sometimes. As he references this room behind wall, Dustin stares at the broken-down bookshelf that has already caught your eye. The painting highlights a number of old buildings and locales, many of which you've already visited. The town hall, the estate, and the mines, and the clinic. Still called a hospital at the time of this painting. The church. And then there's somewhere you've yet to see. The historical Calloway/Tremaine households. So we got the mine, the church, the estate. There's the town hall. There's the Tremaine and Calloway houses. And the clinic. The faded bronze plaque beneath reads, "In commemoration of Enoch Scarlet, head of the Scarlet Hollow Landmark Revitalization Project. Let the past never be forgotten." Dustin no get. Always making mark on odd cloth. Does not know that cloth on old cloth. Does not know that cloth for eating. You test each step as you make your way across the room, especially careful as you cross over to the ruined section of floor in front of the bookshelf. You can hear Dustin's mom hurrying behind you. We go to dark room now? Good. Big open space bad. Vulnerable to attack. Loving the super loud siren outside. The space is dark, its features barely illuminated by the faint light trickling in through the myriad of cracks and holes in the walls. The wallpaper, a deep exquisite red, adds a blood-like glow to the dimness. The walls are lined with ornate display cabinets, some empty, some still presenting their antique treasures. Nestled between the cabinets, a single tall bookshelf remains standing, its occupants dusty, but mostly intact. But all of these are ornamental details. Your focus is drawn to an expensive-looking antique desk in the center of the room. Good place to take a nap. The top drawer mostly contains old-timey letter-writing materials, complete with a fancy dagger-shaped letter opener and a wax stamping kit emblazoned with the initials ES. You can't help but notice the wax has been nibbled. Red stuff stick to dust and teeth. Tastes good, though. Underneath, you find a pile of crumbling financial documents. Scrawled in neat cursive in every spot that needed a signature is the name Enoch Scarlet. This must be his desk, meaning that this must be his study. At the very bottom of the drawer, you're surprised to find a face you recognize staring up at you. An antique photograph of a young man, his blonde hair nearly white against a dark sepia background. It's Teddy. He looks exactly the same as he did in your vision. Almost. There's a carefree look in his eye that seemed to have faded by the time he found his way to that hospital bed. Enoch must have been lying to that doctor. If the man he spoke to wasn't Teddy, why would there be a picture of him in Enoch's study? You close the drawer. The bottom drawer offers some resistance as you try to pull it out. It seems that it was locked, though the bit of metal attempting to hold it shut seems to have rusted to the point of uselessness years ago. It gives in with a sharp tug, rotting wood splintering softly somewhere within the century-old desk. Inside, you find a strange collection of glass vials. Their surfaces are clouded over, but you can make out what seems to be paper, preserved somehow inside the containers, and hints of writing visible at the edges. You notice some of the corks have been lightly chewed. Pretty good for eating. Dustin always saved these for a special occasion. Tastes like old pond, fine vintage. You reach for one of them, but hesitate before opening it. This is a fragile thing, and it hums with a strange energy. You close your eyes and focus on that hum, and to your surprise, at the back of your mind, you hear it. To Miss Maeve, I know it has been several years since my last visit, but I do hope you remember the young lad who used to find himself at your doorstep more than you probably would have liked. I write you now with the utmost urgency. I'm not sure if news yet has reached you regarding what transpired just yesterday. Many lives were lost. The town is in a frenzy. I hope to mitigate some of the damage that has been done, and thus must speak with you at once. I attempted the journey to your place of residence, but was unable to locate it. You once told me of another way to reach you, and though it seems like nothing but a half-remembered fantasy, I am acting in desperation. I can only hope this letter finds its way to you, as you once said it would in my hour of need. I must meet with you at your soonest convenience. Sincerely, E.S. You reach for another. Miss Verena, trouble with tea. Your presence requested at once. And another. Verena, know what you tried. Do not appreciate the attempt at subterfuge that we both know was at stake here. The boy has been dealt with. Expect me this evening for in-person discussion. So, we know who that boy is. That's Charlie. So, Verena tried to send Charlie up here in the hopes that he would get Edwardine and get her to do something with the seals, and that would break the curse on the town. But that didn't work because Enoch found out about it and made Edwardine kill Charlie. I assume he was saying he was gonna kill her kid or something. Some of these letters are addressed to Miss Maeve and some to a Verena. All are signed E.S. You assume these have to be from Enoch. Many seem unimportant, just listing a time and a place. You assume meetings between Enoch and whoever this Verena may have been. Good nest. You head down the eerie corridor, following the path laid out in dust. No, Dustin not go there. Dustin come back. You turn to face Dustin's mom, who stands a little ways down the corridor from you, her posture tense. But Dustin is helping. Nothing bad will happen to Dustin with big, strong human around. Dustin mom say no. Don't care how strong human is. Only Dustin mom know what is best for Dustin. Dustin looks up at you with his large, black, wet eyes. Human will have to go on without Dustin. He climbs down from his place on your shoulder, gripping your clothes with his little clawed hands. Hope human find human-sized hole. We go back to Dustin house now. Human should be careful. Up there always smell like hurting. And with that final word of caution, Dustin and Dustin's mom toddle away, disappearing into some crevice that will take them back to the comfort of your dresser drawers. You continue following the tracks left by what you assume to be your fellow humans. They take you up a flight of stairs, and you find yourself on the 3rd floor of the estate for the first time. There are more footprints leading down the hallway and into the farthest door. The boxes slide out of the way with a bit of elbow grease. You push past them into the room beyond. The room is coldly empty. The large antique bed is made, its sheets ancient and dusty, but still somehow giving off the feeling of tidiness. So we have a puppet in here. That's, fine. That's normal. There's nothing crazy about puppets, nothing weird about puppets that we would want to be worried about puppets for. There's a portrait here. I don't know who this portrait is of. We've also got, I think this is Edwardine, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's a... Oh, this wouldn't... No, there's no way that would be the twins. No, I don't think so. I don't think we ever see Vivian. Who would that be then? Because if that's not Pearl Ann and Vivian, then it would be... I don't think Mary Beth had a sister. Edwardine didn't have a sister. I wonder. Oh, it's Alexandra and Mary Bell. Right, of course. Right. And the doll is the clue. Right. Thank you. Okay, so Mary Bell, this is probably her. This is our grandma, and the little one is Alexandra, who we heard about and who went missing at the age of 9, and we never found out like what happened to her. Then it was the same day that Enoch died. So, even with cobwebs stretched between every corner of its 4-poster frame. You step toward the desk, its drawers practically overflowing with stationery. As you sift through paper, it quickly becomes clear to you whose room this was. There are stacks of bills in Edwardine's name filling nearly every drawer, and even once you manage to get past the layers of envelopes and trifold paper, you hit a permafrost of receipts. It seems she was doing her best to be meticulous and hold on to any scrap of paper that might possibly be important. But when you reach the bottom drawers, you find something entirely different. Greeting cards, letters, small wrapped packages, some opened, some sealed, some crumpled into messy balls. You open one of the cards. Both pages are taken up by a handwritten note. Tabby, hope you're doing well. Not a day goes by that I don't miss you. Hope Pearl Ann treats you to your best Christmas yet. I'm not sure what sort of doodads you're into these days, so I sent a little something that made me think of you. There's a photo of the beach. I made sure they were the best shells of the bunch. Not sure how rare any of them are, but they're awful pretty, and they've still got that beach smell. And make sure you put it to your ear. Make sure you put your ear up to them too. It doesn't compare to the real thing, but it comes close enough. And in case you think that makes me a cheapskate, I made sure to send along a little cash too, so you can get yourself something a little nicer than glorified beach trash. Make sure you get Pearl Ann to take you to the nice toy store, because that's where I'd take you if I was there. If you get the time, I'd love to hear from you. I miss you so much, Tabby, and I'm always thinking of you. You can come out and visit me anytime. I know you've always wanted to see what it's like out east. I've made sure to write my address on the back of this card, just in case you didn't know how to get a hold of me. Been missing you, my incredible, wonderful, amazing daughter. All my love. Dad. You pull out another from closer to the top of the pile. Happy birthday, Tabby. It's me again, your old dad. So, the big 2-0. I can't believe my daughter is such an adult. In my mind, you're still that bouncy little kid doing cartwheels on the front lawn, telling me what various sounds animals make, like you're the professor of animal noises. I have no idea if you read these, but I'll keep writing them, even if sometimes it feels like I'm writing them to a ghost. I mean, we haven't spoken in almost 15 years. You're a whole human being now. I have no idea what you're like. I like to think we'd get along, though. As always, my address is on the back. I hope you'll decide to come visit me one of these days. I've got a guest room all set up, just in case. It's always ready for you, kid. I love you, and I always will. No matter who you turned out to be. Love, Dad. There are years and years of these. The bottom drawer is almost entirely unopened envelopes, dating from when Tabitha would have been just a kid. All from him. You pocket a few of the cards. You make your way to the closet. It seems Edwardine kept things neat and orderly, or as neat and orderly as she could, considering the decaying state of the place. You can't help but notice that these dresses look strikingly like the style Tabitha wears. You can imagine Pearl Ann sifting through Edwardine's old trunks of clothes, recycling moth-eaten vintage dresses for her daughter in place of buying anything new. The only thing here besides her clothes and shoes is a box, shoved off to one side. You pick it up. Child-sized overalls, striped shirts, a small pair of trousers with suspenders still attached. One of those little sailor suits boys from the 50s were always wearing. When you pull out the last shirt, a note is revealed, tucked away in the bottom of the box in a protective plastic sleeve. It's scrawled in almost illegible handwriting, written in some thick brown watery ink that's cracked with age. Mommy, I am in here too, and I love you. Your hands tremble, the note somehow making the tips of your fingers feel dirty, even as it sits behind a layer of plastic. You drop it back into the box, once again covering it with clothes, shoving it back into the recesses of this forgotten closet where it belongs. Finished with the tucked-away room, you return to the hallway. Look out the window. It's just sheer cliff. That sure is a cliff. There's nothing along the window but the tops of distant trees, the ground having crumbled away. The only thing stopping you from plummeting to your death is a straining foundation that still somehow holds this place together. At least for now. I actually got a little choked up reading the birthday cards. This space was clearly once a nursery, though no child has been here for a very long time. The top shelf is occupied by antique picture books, Dick and Jane, books of nursery rhymes, and ancient editions of Grimm's fairy tales. The lower shelves are full of educational material, from children's encyclopedias to writing practice workbooks. From the sheer number of learning-oriented books on the shelf, you get the impression that the children who lived here were not supposed to be as interested in fun and fiction as they were in diction and spelling. Your family may have been wealthy, but maybe not in joy. You leaf through a few of the practice workbooks, gently turning the near-crumbling pages. Reasons Mommy should take me and Mary Bell to the zoo. 1. We have been very good girls and have not cried for a whole week. 2. Mary Bell says elephants are so big and I would like to see. 3. I think it would be very fun and Mommy would have a good time. All are signed with the carefully scrawled signature of Alexander Scarlet. You flip through the rest of the book, your eyes unfocused as many practice sentences and letter copying pages flash by. But something near the back of the book gives you pause. In a section that starts with the prompt, Today I, Alexander continues, talked to the boy in the wall. You make your way back to the hallway. You continue following the trail of footprints, approaching the farthest room down the hall. The door was clearly meant to be hidden, but it's been left open. The room is starkly empty, save for a rug and a few candelabras. The lack of dusty old boxes and rotting antiques marks it as distinct from the rest of the cluttered, forgotten spaces you've explored. It pains you to stand in this space. Emotions hang over you, strong, oppressive, and overwhelming thoughts that threaten to fill your lungs. You don't feel death here, you feel something worse. A deeper loss, one that's left a wound that has refused to scar. You can't help but fixate on the carpet in the center of the room. The corner is rumpled, as if it had recently been moved. You pull the carpet up, exposing the bare floor and revealing what lies beneath. An ornate ring of sigils has been carved into the floor, 5 along the edges with a 6th in the center. So we have the Caduceus, which is the clinic. We've got ram horns, which I believe were on the symbol in the town hall. There's a cornucopia. We haven't seen that yet. There's chains, which we saw in the mine. And there's hands, which we haven't seen yet. Or have we? We did. Someone asks if Pearl Ann ever cared for Tabitha's dad, or if it was purely transactional. I don't think she would have kept the cards if they didn't mean something to her. You know, horrible people have feelings too. And somebody said, oh, Pearl Ann might have had mommy issues. Clearly there's like just generation after generation of trauma just being piled on in this family. But what else is new? The circle emits a now uncomfortably familiar feeling. You can feel your gaze forced to crawl over every intricate detail of the carving in front of you. The serpents wrapped around the staff give you flashes of the room beyond the morgue, and the darkness that swept through the house once it had been uncovered. The fist and chain makes you feel like you're back in the claustrophobic confines of the mines, surrounded by the angry hammering of its memories. The horns have the same nightmarish, dreamy feeling of the world constructed by the furious ghost of Charles Shaw, Jr. The others are new to you. The feelings they emit are less intense, giving only vague impressions of what they might be tied to. Golden fields, the mewling of fresh souls just slithering out from the womb and desperate to be fed. Another that rings like bells in your mind, calling you not towards it but away from it, pushing you from its threshold and into the darkness. But the central symbol is strongest of all, It echoes out across the room, a vast ego proclaiming its dominance. You continue forward toward the door on the far side of the room. You exit into a short hallway. There are stairs here, leading back down into the lower floors, but there's also another door. It's hanging ajar, the many locks and deadbolts along its edge glimmering in the weak morning light. The doorframe itself is gouged and splintered, evidence that some desperate creature tried to save itself from the room beyond, time and again. So this room, the other rooms were lath and plaster, but this room is brick. And it looks like the plaster is crumbled off, like maybe from being beaten on. And of course we saw the cell in Charlie's world. Yeah, so somebody says Tabitha, Scarlet did reveal that he left her because he couldn't claim half the fortune. That's not true, or we don't know what's true. He was just gone one day, and then after the fact, that's what Pearl Ann told her, and she chose to believe that because she was stuck with Pearl Ann, and that's how kids work. You step forward. This was a prison cell. Everything about this place reeks of neglected humanity. The walls are covered in scratches, legible words mixed in with the nonsense of desperate clawing. The one window set high in the far wall is fitted with a thick pane of glass, as if the iron bars beyond it wouldn't be enough to hold the imprisoned. You can't help but notice that the doll from your closet sits watching you from the bed, one eyelid drooping. It adds an extra layer of menace to the already deeply unsettling room. Property of Alexandra. The pain radiating from these walls howls through your mind. Whatever lived here lived in constant torment. But the etchings on the walls are more than just evidence of the suffering that went on here. Whatever was trapped in these walls was trying to send a message to you or anyone that might happen across it. You got the bucket, the toilet bucket. Your eyes are drawn to the massive almost letters, dug as deep into the brick as the cell's prisoner could manage, highlighted with whatever pigments were available. It almost looks like a word, though none of the lines meet up, causing you to constantly doubt whether the letters at all are just lines that fool the eye into imagining shapes that aren't there. Your stomach clenches with nausea as you run your eyes along the deep furrows in the wall. But whatever was here wanted these words to be known, so you do your best to store them away, trying to burn the image of them into your mind, carved deep into the wall, blood against the filthy brick. And then, one final detail grabs you, a metallic glint from the filthy bare mattress. A doorknob. This is what you've been looking for. Was it left here for you? As you take it, a sound wraps around you. Music. The tinkling of piano keys, played by a clumsy hand. They echo up a narrow staircase at the end of the hall. I like the detail that Wayne is not very good at piano. You've come this far. Clearly you're meant to go just a little further. Like he's doing a Phantom of the Opera thing here, but the Phantom was really good. The stairs take you into what you must have assumed that what you assume was once a servant's quarters, a network of cramped passages hidden away behind the expansive rooms of the estate without so much as a window for illumination. But you persist and descend deeper into the bowels of the Scarlet estate, the echoing piano your only company. Soon enough you see light again, the sun creeping in through the edges of a nearly hidden door. You're at the end of another long corridor. Its high ceilings and tall windows are almost disorienting as you step out from the cramped, gloomy stairwell. The music echoes mournfully in the vast space, a chorus of wind adding a melancholic harmony as it whips in from the overgrown courtyard outside. That means the locked door to the Forbidden Wing is just down the hall. But you've yet to confront your guide. The musician plays on as you move cautiously through the dark, the slope now so dramatic that it feels like walking downhill, jagged remains of the floorboards jutting out like splintered trees. Somebody asks if the Phantom in the Universal Monster movies was good at playing music. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was. He was like the former star. The flow of notes finally stops as you reach an open doorway to what was once a music room. Wayne stands from the bench of a battered grand piano, turning to face you.
So now you've seen it, Millie.
He makes his way down the tilted floor toward you. A breeze passes by him, carrying with it the smell from the wound that is his body.
I hope you enjoyed the show.
He stops just a few paces away.
And I trust you understand the implications of everything you've seen. If you aren't careful and you put your faith in the wrong people, things could go very, very wrong for you.
What the hell is wrong with you? You kidnapped me.
A moment of weakness. I was impatient.
Never again, you hear me?
I'll do what needs to be done when it needs doing, Millie. You're in no position to make demands.
What was with the doll in that room?
She liked it, so I liked it too. It was nice to see it again after so many years.
Who lived in that last room? Wayne cocks his head almost playfully.
I did. I'd been in that room a long, long time. Though my being free now is meaningless in the grand scheme of things, the town itself is enough of a prison that I may as well still be stuck behind that door. But at least I'm free enough to warn you.
Does Tabitha know about all this?
Of course. Why do you think she invited you here?
Oh my god, but she's my cousin. I love her. She wouldn't...
Is that so? Then why didn't she ever speak to you before now? Do you want to bet your freedom on a bond that's less than a week old? I've given you a glimpse into one of your possible futures. You can choose to believe that Tabitha will shrug off the generations of duty and expectations that have fallen on her shoulders, all because of some deep familial love. But do you really think she will? Do you want to bet your freedom on it? Tabitha will always be a Scarlet.
What do you mean the town is a prison?
I can't leave. No one really can. As it stands now, Scarlet Hollow doesn't like letting go of its prisoners. They may be able to cross the town line, but not without paying a price. That can be changed, though. It wasn't always this way, and it was never meant to be. We can put an end to it.
The phrase scrawled on that wall. What was it? Why does it feel bad to think it?
I'm glad you noticed. It's a weapon. Hold on to it.
I'm here, aren't I? Can't you see I trust you? Just tell me everything. You can tell me whatever it is you want me to know.
Do you want to be someone else's puppet, Millie? I can guide you to where you need to be, but it's up to you to open your eyes. The witch holds some of the final pieces. Find her, pry them from her hands, and then everything should start falling into place.
The thought feels slippery. You're unable to hold on to it, and the holding is painful, like you're gripping onto it in white-knuckled fists. You're forced to let go. It fades.
Unless you're already starting to forget about her. Memory is a disloyal thing, isn't it? Physical. Easily manipulated. But something missing from your head doesn't mean it's gone from the world.
There's a memory I can't quite hold on to. A thought that almost hurts to think.
Keep it in the back of your mind. Try not to let it hurt too much, but don't let her take it from you either. You'll remember when you need to.
So, we just got off of helping Reese get free through inaction. So... I think Wayne is not lying to us. He might not be telling the whole truth, and he's certainly telling a artfully arranged version of the truth, but I don't think he's outright lying about any of this. I trust you, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do about any of this. Wayne's shoulders seem to relax slightly, as if he's relieved.
Good, good. Our enemies rely on keeping us divided. They know how much stronger we can be together. Be careful who you trust. I will always be there when you need me.
Wayne steps away, his shining eyes watching you unblinking from behind his veil before finally disappearing back into the darkness of the estate. Nothing left for you to do here but leave. You make your way back to where you woke up and slot the handle into the secret door in the wall. It twists and the door pulls back, and you stumble through your closet and back into your bedroom. You lean against your door frame, relieved at once again having sturdy, unsloped ground beneath your feet and moderately clean air to breathe. The estate has gotten to you. After the events of this morning, your body burns with a furious itch to leave this place behind, to be anywhere but here. You leave in a haze, mindlessly grabbing clothes and an uncharged phone, barely even noticing your surroundings as you rush outside, the morning's revelations seizing your body and mind alike with a suffocating grip. The cell, the doll, Wayne's insinuation that Tabitha has known about all of this, and even more, that she has partaken willingly in your family's crimes. Not only that, but she has designs for you. Is it true? I don't think we should trust Wayne outright either. Of course, Wayne can't be trusted. He's followed you practically since the moment you arrived in Scarlet Hollow. And what has he really done for you? You resolved the situation with Reese. You resolved the situation with the ghost haunting the library. Why would you ever trust the intentions of something that feels more like a shambling corpse than a man? Especially when that shambling corpse carried you off from the comfort of your bed in the middle of the night. But distrusting Wayne isn't enough to wholly dismiss the events and discoveries of this morning. These aren't the sort of revelations a person just sits on. You have to do something. I'm gonna save real fast. If you have hot and powerful build, the top option is the police will help me, smiley face. So what we know is that Enoch probably put Teddy in the wall, which is super shitty because Teddy's disabled, like, and then when Edwardine had Andrew Charles, she put him in the wall. And then Enoch died, and the same day we got a death certificate for Alexandra, but no body. And we saw evidence that Alexandra was talking to the boy in the wall. We also saw that Wayne likes the doll that was Alexandra's. So we can surmise that Edwardine either killed Enoch
Go to Tabitha.
or...
She would never
Oh my
betray
God.
you. Smiley face emoji. I don't actually know if she does or not. Never got that event in any case.
Thank you for the dono, Feet Sniffer. We'll go to Tabitha. So Teddy was in the wall, and then Andrew Charles for 9 years, and then Alexandra was swapped out for him. We don't know what became of Andrew Charles. We just know that he was in there for some time. That was his little sailor suit. And that was his note that said, "Mommy, I am in here and I love you." And we know that Wayne is in that wall, or in that cell. And we know that Wayne is possessing a corpse, and so we can kind of put two and two together and see that Wayne is some kind of demon that the family has summoned and was kept in the cell for reasons of profit or whatever, and that we were next up. There's a sound in the woods to your right, a snapping branch. It breaks you from your panic, your mind going blank with fresh fear. Millie. You turn, shocked, and see that Reese is there, lurking at the edge of the woods. He didn't have that jacket yesterday. He's less monstrous than he was when you last saw him, and he washed off the blood, but he still isn't quite right, his long teeth poking out from misshapen lips like a wolf hiding in a man's skin. His paintings are here, too, their warped faces staring down at you from the trees. Hey, no need to panic while I'm around. You help me make my problem disappear, and I can always help you get rid of yours. I can't talk right now. I'm trying to figure out what I need to do, and I'm confused and scared. He approaches you, hesitating slightly. Hey, it's okay. You're not alone anymore. I'm here. But he pushes through his nervousness and his arms coil around you, pressing you to his cold, bare chest. You can hear his heart fluttering like a bird against his ribcage. He smells like the forest floor, like decaying leaves. That does calm you down, doesn't it? Thank you. It does. He holds you tighter, his claws digging into your skin, though he doesn't seem to notice. He's clearly still getting used to this body. So, somebody said we should go see Tabitha. I need to go talk to Tabitha. She needs to know what I found. Reese listens intently as you explain what you found in the estate. When you describe the cell with its dirty walls carved deep with scratches, his eyes flash. There is unwelcome recognition there.
Just like what the doctor built for me. Millie, do you really think Tabitha didn't know about this?
Because it sounds to me like she invited you here just so she could lock you up where no one would know to look for you. What a foolproof plan. We would all just think you left town when you were supposed to.
And it's not like you have any other family who would ask where you'd gone.
But she's my cousin. She loves me. She wouldn't do this to me. I can't believe that.
That's what I thought for years. And look how that ended up. We both know bonds of blood might as well be chains the way some people wield them. But it's okay. You found out before she could make any moves. Which means we can stop her.
He straightens up, a decisiveness seems to settle over him.
I can stop her. Wait here. I'll be back when it's done. Oh, but before you go, there was something I meant to do yesterday.
Reese takes a step forward, his long legs closing the distance between you. He stares down at you for a moment, his eyes crawling down your face, taking you in before finally resting on your lips. His own parts slightly, revealing the tips of his gleaming fangs. He hesitates, his shoulders stiffening. In an instant, his hesitation breaks and his hands are on you. One clamps down on your shoulder, clutching tight, and the other winds its way up the back of your neck, tightening around your skull, pulling you in, pressing his lips to yours. His maw seems to engulf your entire face. His teeth close around your jaw, the warm wetness of his mouth nearly suffocating as his long forked tongue slithers out, sliding along the inside of your cheek, exploring you like it has a mind of its own. His sharp fingernails dig into the skin of your scalp, and you feel something prehensile and thin. Prehensile and thin and strange. His tail, wrapping around your legs, pulling you even closer. You feel thoroughly held, almost bound by the monstrous man. Then he pulls away. His chest heaves with satisfied breaths as he grins down at you, exposing the sharp teeth that had been pressed into your cheeks just moments ago.
That felt even better than I imagined.
He straightens up, seeming to pull himself back together, shaking off the momentary trance.
I'll protect you, I promise. That won't be our last kiss.
And then he's gone, scampering off into the woods, followed by his strange living paintings, on his way to do something unspeakable to your cousin. He asks you to wait, but you can't do that. Not with this town the way it is. You have to keep moving. We're gonna go after him. Before he gets far enough that you lose the trail, you start down the narrow deer path he seems to be using, following the brief flashes of his paintings as they do the same. You stumble from the edge of the woods, gasping for breath, nearly gagging from overexertion. You're vaguely aware of your torn clothes and torn skin, casualties of the brambles you found yourself clambering through on the way here. But at least you made it into the mines just in time to see the last of Reese's paintings disappear through a hole in the exterior fence. The miners at the entrance are none the wiser, too caught up in their chanting to notice as you slip in after him, climbing your way up the hill toward Tabitha's trailer. As you approach, there's the sound of groaning metal, a loud crash, then a gunshot. The door of the trailer has been ripped from its hinges. There's a commotion inside, more crashing. Reese appears in the doorway, clutching his shoulder. Blood pours from between his fingers. He glances up at you, surprised, then ashamed, slumping against the railing. Millie, I told you not to follow me. I'm going to say... Get out of here. Go. Run.
No, I have to protect you. Won't let her lock you.
Half of Reese's head erupts. Droplets of blood and chunks of tissue rain down on the gravel as Tabitha steps out of her office, staring down at what's left of the young man. But he's still alive. One claw desperately holds his mangled face together as he staggers away, gurgling, unable to speak through his shattered jaw. He stares at you with one good eye, desperate and afraid, his own viscera dripping from between his fingers. Then he's running, stumbling with a jagged, uneven gait toward the tree line, until finally he slips into the safety of the dark woods. As the smell of gunpowder and viscera hangs over you, a crowd of onlookers filters in. The air is still. In the places usually filled with the churning of industry, there is only tension and hushed whispers. But the newly formed crowd doesn't stop your cousin from focusing her gaze on you.
You!
You and that thing are buddies, huh? And you sent it up here to what? Kill me? All of these responses are very good. This is the only one I can think of that would land. I have no affiliation with that guy. Wayne made me go in the Forbidden Wing this morning, so this is all his fault. He's trying to pit us against each other. Wayne? So I've got that to worry about too, huh? It's like every freak in this town has its eyes on you. Well, fortunately, I won't have to worry about what goes on when I'm not around. Not for long. Cops are on their way, and I think a little time in captivity where trouble can't come looking for you would do you a lot of good. Right on cue, you hear the distant wail of a police siren, approaching quickly. Are we just going to pretend we didn't see that horse demon running around with half its head blown off? I agree, I feel like we moved on too quickly from the horse demon. Perhaps we should comb the woods with torches and pitchforks. No, no one is going after that thing. You're all going back to work. Break's over. Alright, yeah, whatever you say, boss. You just shot a demon. No way I'm going to cross you today. Yeah, so, I thought Stella would be here, because it's, if you... In some routes, Stella will be at the trailer with Tabby, and I thought she would be here because it's extra funny if she pops out and goes, wait, I think that's Reese. But, I think our relationship with Tabby was too high, so the, that situation wouldn't happen. I wonder if we can give her the cards. Wait, before the cops get here, I found these birthday cards stashed away. They're from your dad. Huh? Don't think that digging out some saccharine cards is enough for me to forget what just happened. In fact, now I'm even more angry. Why are you digging through old documents in the first place, huh? Trying to have something valuable to sell, maybe? The sirens finally stop as a squad car pulls up. Deputy Franklin steps out, slamming the car door and ending your conversation before it can get anywhere useful. Well, isn't this a pleasant coincidence? I've been looking for you all morning, City Slicker. You're in a lot of trouble, Millie. Too much trouble to let you keep wandering around causing mayhem. Are you saying you were planning to take my cousin in, officer? As a matter of fact, I was, yes, Miss Scarlet. See, there have been all these problems around town lately, and I don't need any explanation. That's why I called you up here, to have Millie arrested. My workers can attest to the fact that a mutated lunatic was sent here this morning to attack me, and only through my own quick action was I able to survive, but I have every reason to suspect Millie may have something to do with it. And knowing what I know about Millie, I have no reason to doubt you. You have the right to remain silent. Let me explain. Throwing out this accusation is pretty funny, but it would be admitting conspiracy to murder. You're just buying her story? I didn't even get to defend myself? What about due process? Due process is for the courts. My job is to look out for the citizens I swore to protect. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Deputy Franklin whips out a pair of handcuffs and some In some sleek police academy maneuver, they're locked around your wrists in seconds flat. Miss Scarlet, one last matter of business. Since that thing is still out there, I would prefer it if you came down to the station, at least until we've done a sweep of the woods to ensure your safety. What, like get in the squad car like a criminal? You can follow along in your own vehicle if that would be more comfortable. But I have work to do. I can't just... I'm afraid I have to insist. Fine, okay, I'll follow along in my car. It's probably for the best. So I can make sure Millie is secured. As you're shoved into the car, a voice crackles over the radio. Franklin, pick up already. We ain't got all day, boy. Apologies, Sheriff. I was just apprehending Millie, as we discussed at this morning's rendezvous. Don't call it that. Makes it sound like some kind of a date at a French restaurant. It was our coffee meeting. But that's beside the point. We need you up at the farms pronto. Got ourselves a possible 187 brewing. 10-4. Damn, this day just keeps getting crazier. Suppose you'll have to come along for the ride, miss. She also comes with if she really doesn't like you and you threaten her right there. Because she's, like, afraid that you're gonna, like, get out somehow and come back. As the car pulls up to the farms, you can feel it again, a tingling at the back of your skull, an urgency, almost like a hand pressing you gently forward with a threat that might become more forceful if you don't comply. Like so much crying. Crying that can only stop if you tend to it. There's another stone here, and it's refusing to let you ignore it. The feeling is strange when you try to examine it, contradictory, something that both desires to be alone and yet at the same time needs you in its presence. It's bringing something into this world, and it needs your help delivering it. Deputy Franklin gets out of the car, leaving you in the back as he joins the assembled crowd. All right, Sheriff, what's the situation? Bo got tired of waiting for you all to come do your job, so he took it upon himself to go investigate the Tremaine household, and he ain't come back out. It's been hours. Irma, I'll do the honors of briefing the officer on our current situation. You can go back in the house and let us handle it from here. But y'all don't know about his traps and whatnot. Duke was always saying not to go in there on account of the Tremaine insanity. I like the Tremaine insanity like it's a known condition. It's all right, ma'am. We're the police. Facing dangerous situations is our job. The woman, who you take to be Beau's mom, reluctantly returns to the porch of her house, watching the other building intently as the officers talk among themselves. Franklin, you're with me. We're headed in to get a handle on the situation. Derrickson, you listen in from the squad car. Hopefully we can settle this without you, but you're our backup if things go south, all right? Yes, sir. Is there any hope for the hostage? Been awful quiet. If you ask me, I don't suspect there is a hostage. Not anymore. We'll more likely be calling in a hearse once this is all settled. Hey there, Millie. Sorry you had to come along for the ride. We'll have you back at the station soon enough. Sounds like this won't take long to settle. In the meantime, I'll keep you company. The thing calling out to you is starting to lose its patience. You need to find a way out of here before it gets angry. You don't understand. I need to get into that house. The deputy sits in silence for a moment. I don't even know how to respond to that. You get that someone probably just died in there, right? There's a sound coming from the house on the hill, shouting, angry and panicked. A frantic voice crackles over the radio. Derrickson, come in. The sheriff is down. These damn traps. Irma wasn't kidding. Keep it together, Franklin. Is he breathing? And what's the status on Tremaine and Calloway? Something in the basement. Going down now. Hear an ungodly noise over the radio. A gunshot. And then static. Franklin, report. But there is only silence. Damn it, Franklin. Deputy Derrickson hesitates briefly outside your door, as if hoping someone might leave the farmhouse without his getting involved. But after a few seconds, he's heading up the hill, yelling something to Irma. And then a figure appears outside of the car door.
Waging can still save this. Try giving Tabitha the peanuts.
Thank you again, Fee Sniffer. No, we give the peanuts to the mayor. He's the only character who likes them.
Time to go.
You get out of the car, your body moving on instinct. The stone is louder outside. Its song is buzzing in your ears, drowning out the world, calling you up the hill to that old farmhouse. It seems pretty bad. You come with? That's all you're able to sputter out. The buzzing drowns out your words. You can almost feel it pulling, your feet aching to move. Wayne reaches out, touching your hand. His fingers are stiff and hot with infection.
I'm sorry, Millie. It's more dangerous for me than it is for you. I can't. I really would have preferred it if we could do this all together, but the witch started it early. I should have known she would.
The handcuffs fall away from your wrists. You weren't paying attention to what he did to make that happen because it doesn't matter. You have somewhere to be.
But she's at her most vulnerable now, and she won't be expecting you. So go on. I'll be watching. Nothing is going to happen to you.
He gives you a hard shove forward, and then he's gone. Hey, what the hell just happened? Was that Wayne? But you don't have time to respond to your cousin. Today's event has already begun. The talking is just noise. Their words don't matter. There's a humming in your head, almost like a voice, and you can just barely make it out. But you know it will be clearer the closer you get to the stone. You start wandering up toward the farmhouse at the top of the hill. Hey, I'm talking to you! But you continue forward. You barely even notice your hand slipping over the doorknob. And now, you're inside. Sheriff Hugby dangles in the middle of the room. An axe, attached to some strange mechanism in the ceiling, is embedded in his face, holding up his corpse in an imitation of life. He's got all of his, these are all, survival magazines. Gun Weekly. Survival. He's got a Rambo knife and some pills. MREs. Holy shit. This old guy really is crazy, huh? Who the hell put something like that in their house? Past the body, you can see a giant pumpkin through the door to the garage, cracked open, its guts strewn across the floor, seeds dotted across the hardwood like a trail of breadcrumbs leading to the basement stairs. All right, Derrickson, until we're all out of here, it looks like you're the new sheriff. What the hell did we walk into?
Hostage situation. Derrickson, who the hell are you talking to? Shut the fuck up or I'll shoot you again.
Shit. We have to go down there, don't we? You both know that you do. You're vaguely aware that Officer Derrickson is trying to stop you, but he's too nervous to take a step. You reach the basement door and start to claw at the weird, fleshy vines blocking your way. They're strong, but they relent under your touch, welcoming you down below.
Who the hell? So you tried to undermine me. Hold on. So you tried to undermine me, witch. I should have known you'd find a way around the rules.
You've trapped the town. This isn't what any of us wanted. You should nullify the deal before it gets any worse.
It's just unhappy. I didn't think something like that would be so opinionated. But I have a plan to placate it. If it wants a less broken body, it can have one. Then we'll see if it still feels cheated enough to hold a grudge.
It's not too late, Enoch. You can let Eddie have the baby, and your family can go back to normal, happy and unburdened. I'll clean everything up. It can be like nothing ever happened. I'll even leave town.
Manipulative hag. That's what you wanted all along, wasn't it? This whole ordeal was just an opportunity for you to have access to it. Well, I know better than to hand an ounce of power over to you, Verena. Our partnership has come to an end, witch. I will be continuing on with my business, and you should be grateful that I let you continue on with yours.
One of these days, Enoch, someone will be strong enough to do what needs doing. I can wait. I can wait a long, long time. So, we now know that the entity that is we've been calling Wayne was not happy with Enoch sacrificing Teddy to it. Wasn't happy with the state of the body. And so he chose to give Andrew to it. Verena tried to convince Charlie to go and save Edwardine, and that caused him to get caught because Enoch somehow found out. Everybody still alive? Tabitha coughs. I think I broke something. Yeah, me. Did you have to fall right into the gunshot wound? I have to find the witch. Find the witch. Witch? Sybil? So you have business with her too. Guess I should have known I probably wasn't the only one whose life she decided to fuck with. But that all ends now. I'm in charge here, and I'll get what was promised. Hey man, calm down. It's all good. Speak for yourself. Your vision finally focuses, and your mind is once again your own. Avery watches you furtively from across the room. The man, Julius, holds a gun in a silent threat. Franklin clutches at a nasty wound in his side, blood spilling out onto the dirt floor of the unfinished basement. And in the corner is Beau. Something is attached to him, the source of the awful noise. It stutters with pained inhalations. Beau is still breathing, but he doesn't look well. The stone brought you here and stuck you in the middle of another nightmare. The hell is going on down there? Even as he yells down the stairs, his voice is faint, barely audible behind the now thickened roots and vines that block your escape. Let's bring the Scarlets up to speed, Julius. They look a little shell-shocked. Where do I fucking begin? Alright. So the witch, I caught her doing some shit she shouldn't have been doing, and she offered me a deal if I kept it to myself. Always wanted to raise a boy of my own. God never saw fit to give me the chance. She gave me the means to right that injustice. Only it obviously didn't go quite the way it was supposed to. Calloway's interfered, just like always. Made it so I had to hatch him earlier than he was ready, and he came out hungry. Too hungry for me to handle. He kept trying to get at me, so I had to hole up down here. Been stuck since fucking Wednesday night. Damn roots won't let me leave, and they clogged up the drain, so I've been able to call that witch and get her to make things right. But I'm a man of preparedness. Figured I could wait it out. Till Beau here decided to trespass because he lost a tussle with my boy, and the two of them wound up down here with me. That about sums it up. I guess in the end, it's only fair. Son for a son. A birth ain't ever pretty, is it? It's not like doing it the old-fashioned way as all sunshine and roses. Just hope he winds up looking more like a person when he's done cooking. So you blackmailed the witch for magic beans so you could grow a boy? I'd watch what you fucking say to me. I'm not saying anything, I just want to make sure I understood your story. I don't give a shit about your story, Tremaine. None of that gives you a reason to shoot a cop. Self-defense, castle doctrine. Avery, what the hell is going on down here? You don't have to answer, kid. I don't need my business explained to every stranger who decides to pay me a visit. It's okay. Millie's been through a lot of stuff like this lately. She must be an expert at this point. So Julius hatched a baby out of the pumpkin, the really big pumpkin. You probably saw it upstairs. And then he was stuck in the basement for a couple of days while it was upstairs crawling around looking for food. Then, unfortunately, Beau showed up. All I heard was some yelling and crashing around up there. Then I woke up with this shit on my hands, so I called the kid to come try to help me sort it out. That's me. Julius thought my plant expertise would come in handy. I can't say that it's been helpful, though. I feel like the baby is freaking out more than ever. Getting it out of boat without killing him doesn't seem easy or possible. Would have been easier if everybody in town hadn't decided to show up uninvited. And why is Deputy Franklin shot? All I did was walk in. You can't just walk into a man's house and expect to have the run of the place. You were getting ready to pull out your gun. I was defending myself. Do you know how to contact her? The witch? Of course I fucking do. You think I'm some sort of idiot who makes a deal without any way to get out of it? Not my fault these things went to shit before I could call her up. Fact is, I tried, but the only means of contact I got is that faucet over there. It's fed by natural spring water. That's her preferred method of communication. Like her internet, I suppose. But as you can see, it's currently out of order. My boy's got his meat all in there, so we won't be getting a drop of it till he's calmed down. You'll have your witch as soon as it's all settled. So don't do anything stupid. None of you. The conversation is interrupted by Beau shifting as the creature lets out a guttural moan. So what, we're just supposed to wait until the Calloway kid dies? That's exactly right. My kid gets born and we forget all this ever happened. Why do you even want a kid? Like I need to explain myself to you. You make a habit of going around asking everybody why they had kids? What if I'm the one asking? I never thought you were the kind of guy who wanted a family. You always seemed to like being left alone. So why? Fine, only because you're asking. Kid gives me something to live for, something to do right for. Some hope that life goes on after I die. Same reason anybody has kids. Damn it, I don't know. I'm sorry, Julius. I should have talked to you more, come out here to visit. You did plenty. Don't worry about it. What makes you think Sybil's the witch? She's just helpful. Oh, sure she is. She was all kinds of helpful once I had dirt on her that she wanted to be kept quiet. Dirt? What did she do? She was always really nice to me. Look, I'm a man of my word. She told me I'd get what I wanted. I told her she would get my silence. I stand by that. And of course y'all think she's nice. Everyone in town drinks that tea. Seems to make people awful fond of her. What were the terms of the deal you made with the witch? When I caught her doing what she was doing, she offered me this ritual thing in exchange for my silence. Offered it right away like she could just see through me. Knew exactly what I wanted most. Suppose she didn't know I'm not the kind of man who turned somebody in anyway. Her business was her business. She didn't have to bother me giving me some recipe to cook a boy from dirt, blood, and pumpkin seeds, but I took it anyway. And I just sat on it for a while, till a moment of weakness. What was the ritual? Did you do something to Duke's pumpkin? It wasn't his damn pumpkin. It was on my property, and the only reason it got as big as it was because I fed it my own blood every night since the day it was planted. Bleeding on the dirt like it was some kind of Satan worshiper. If that don't make it mine, I don't know what does. God knows I felt crazy doing it, though. But I'm not proud to say my judgment was a bit clouded. I was in a bad way. Thought of bringing a boy in the world was just about the only thing that made me feel like I should stick around. Not that any of you need to know about all that. Only serves as an explanation as to why I trusted her in the first place. Bo squirms with discomfort. The baby seems to be digging deeper. What exactly did you catch her doing that made her make a deal with you? Like I said, I'm not at liberty to discuss. But perhaps it had something to do with that husband of hers and whatever it was he was sick with. Husband? She's married? But she's so young. Young? Do you need glasses or something? Woman's a goddamn crone if I ever seen one. Ain't like she's married now anyway. He's been dead for some time on account of the illness. Life's unfair to you, so what? You kill a man over it? I'm not killing anybody. I'm just standing here. It's not like I did a single thing to Bo. He trespassed my property. Everybody knows not to do that. What happened to him is his problem. And what about me? You shot me. Save your breath, asshole, and maybe you won't die so quick. So, someone accidentally seeing something he shouldn't have means he should die then, is that right? This ain't my fault. Yeah, you keep saying that. Bo twitches, his skin blossoming with fresh bruises as the thing takes more of him. Oh, so there's a, Okay, there's an extra line that Tabby says there that I don't know why she didn't say this time. It explains what happened to Sam Wayne. At that moment there, she can say, so she says that, and then he answers, and then she says, what, you shot him just because he walked in? Or, was it? You shot him just because he walked in and saw something he wasn't supposed to see? Just because he was looking for his girlfriend? And Julius goes, girlfriend? And she goes, I mean pumpkin. Which is... So... Pearl-Ann made Tabby ghost Wayne because she wasn't getting pregnant. If you ask about her dating life around, you'll... I think we got into some of that in the earlier episodes where, like, the minors were like, yeah, she's been, like, serially dating the minors and then dumping them. And if you kind of read between the lines a little bit, it looks like Pearl-Ann was just trying to get her to get pregnant by any means possible. And Wayne was the only one of those guys she actually liked. That's also why she had to dump Stella, because Stella's a girl. But Wayne was the only one of those guys she actually liked, and then she had to ghost him. And knowing as much as he knew about the family, he realized something might be up. So he broke into the house looking for her, probably by the same route that Charlie took. And Pearl-Ann shot him. Probably because he found the cell. What kind of man lets another man make his sacrifices for him? The hell would you know about being a man? Grow a pair and then tell me how you feel. You know, I'm a man, Julius, and I think you're a coward. Correction, Franklin, you're a pig, not a man. You sold your soul for some donuts and a shiny badge. You know, Julius, I think Millie might be onto something. It's about connection, you know? You're having a stranger makes that connection that should be... You're having a stranger make the connection that should be yours. No, I'm not getting guilt-tripped into dying today. This may be my one chance for things to go right in my life. Everybody else got their chances already. Don't I deserve mine? I came this far. Don't I deserve to see my boy open his eyes for the first time? I've never seen this option. I don't know, I've had her tea. Is there a way to undo it? Like I know. As far as I can tell, once she gets you going, she keeps you hooked. I'm craving some of her tea right now. Am I brainwashed? Is that the only reason I like her? Kid, I get the feeling you come by that sort of thinking all on your own. I don't think you ever met anybody you didn't try to like. Self included. So, we need to get Franklin to a doctor. There is no doctor. There's no medical professionals in town. She clearly betrayed you. This doesn't seem like what she promised, does it? Damn it, none of you people have any patience. He needs time and he needs food. It can't be easy making a baby this way. It's not easy making it the normal way either, from what I hear. But isn't it still beautiful, even the way it is now? It's eating him alive. You should be horrified. Cop is right. That thing is obviously an abomination. If it were up to me, I'd just kill the thing and be done with it. Do you honestly think this whole situation gets a happy ending? And that's why you're going to sit in that corner until I say otherwise. I don't need anybody stepping in to pull some hero shit, got it? The things under Beau's skin shift, writhing in an imitation of clenching muscle. Dr. Kelly died last night. Even if Beau survives this, I don't think we can get him the help he needs on time. She's dead? How? Something happened. Blood everywhere. I saw it this morning. This makes this even easier then. The Calloway kid is dying no matter what. All of us are all standing... What the hell are all of us standing around just talking about this parasite when we all know it needs to die? Are we psychotic? I'm doing what needs to be done. Tabitha dives toward the garden shears at Beau's feet, not noticing as Julius pivots his arm toward her. Julius, no! The gun fires as Tabitha plunges the shears into the creature's neck. It screams, and then it stops, and a silence overpowers the room. A moment later, Avery falls to the ground. Oh shit, no, not you, kid! Avery's gasping on the ground near Beau. Their patterned shirt is stained with their own blood. God, what have I done? First the boy, now you. He raises the gun to his head. Nobody left to do better than this. Julius. But whatever Avery was about to say is silenced when Julius pulls the trigger. Once again, the world feels quiet in the aftermath of the gunshot. Julius's body slumps against the wall, limp and dead, a bullet hole smoldering in his temple.
Your video content is good in quality. Sorry for bad English.
Hello, thank you for the dono. I will Grub is looking up at the screen like maybe there's something. No, Grub, there's no... You can't have my dono. I love this shot of Tabby. Once again, the world feels quiet in the aftermath of the gunshot. Julius's body slumps against the wall, limp and dead, a bullet hole smoldering in his temple. Good fucking riddance. The baby doesn't seem to be moving. Beau, in contrast, shows clear signs of continued life, shifting uneasily despite the tendrils still embedded in his skin. Your cousin's shoulders fall slack for a moment before clenching in anger. Why the hell did you do that? You should have just stayed where you were. Didn't want anyone to die. You don't even know me. How do you know I'm worth dying for? The room's attention is drawn to the sound of a horrific, inhuman gurgling, punctuating the groans of human agony. It would seem that Tabitha did not quite manage to finish the job. Jesus Christ, that thing is still alive? Move it before it grabs him again. Let it have me. Want to help it. Both. Help it? No, we need to help you and the big guy, not some meat carrot. I'm killing it. Don't I get a dying wish? Just want to fix something at least. Tabitha remains with her back turned to you, her figure tense, her limbs shaking. Grub, you can't go on the computer. She's trying to go on the... Yeah, Grub. Well, there's no doctor, so Avery is dead, no matter what. I'm not sure moving the thing would save Beau. What do you think, chat? I think, yeah, I don't know. Move it? Are we gonna save the baby? No, don't shake the baby. Let's move it. You're not seriously going to... But you are. You cross the room, kneeling next to Avery and Bo and the wounded thing. Avery starts unbuttoning their shirt, the movement clearly painful, their face twisting with every undone button. But they push through, bearing their wound, their black eyes resting on the creature. It looks to be in as much pain as they are, its breaths ragged, Bo's blood trickling from its wide mouth.
You'll have to help me coax it.
Doesn't seem like it will be difficult. The thing has already noticed the smell of fresh blood, its tendrils shifting under Bo's skin, its bulbous head turning toward Avery to stare with sightless eyes at the inviting wound. All you have to do is give it a nudge, and like a dog waiting for a command from its master, it peels itself away from Bo, willfully releasing his drained body in favor of its new host. Avery cries out, heaving stuttering gasps of pain as the tendrils slide into the open wound, winding their way beneath the skin. Bo twitches too, seizing as he's released, the two of them becoming a chorus of shock as the weak body of the creature coils itself around Avery, clinging desperately, sealing its weeping gash against theirs. Jesus Christ, Millie, what are we doing here? Avery's breaths become even, their eyelids sliding closed, their heart continuing to beat as they slip into unconsciousness. And the creature, too, seems to sigh in relief. The panic fades. And its protective vines slacken. A sliver of light is visible beyond the doorway, where before it had sealed itself away. The faucet in the corner of the room, finally unclogged, bursts to life. Water pours onto the dirt floor.
Somebody help. Call Daddy.
Shit, we need a doctor. But Scarlet Hollow doesn't have a doctor anymore.
Doc's dead.
Your hands are wet, the water spreading, pooling around you, making the floor slippery with mud.
Then at least we need to get everyone out of here before it floods.
Millie, let's get moving. The water's suddenly much higher. It rises up past your ankles.
Hold on, I need to take statements.
Do you not see the fucking water?
What are you talking about? There's no water.
But it is flooding. It's up to your chest now. There's no denying it. Of course you don't see it. You're always wearing those damn sunglasses. Her words are swallowed up as it finally overtakes you. You feel like you're choking. There's water in your lungs, or there should be. Your ears are filled with the sound of a rushing current. It's cold and dark, and there are people screaming somewhere. There are bodies in the water with you. They are all dead. 1,000 corpses, 1,000 homes, all torn to pieces. But the flood recedes. It hasn't happened yet. You are the mother of a daughter, and your daughter has told you about her terrible dream.
It's gonna kill everyone.
You're not the one who had the vision. Not yet. It has only been described to you by the daughter you have been teaching, as your mother taught you.
You're the only one who can stop it, Mother. But you won't be strong enough.
Her words are heavy. Of course I'll stop it. Don't worry so much, daughter.
No, Mother. I've seen it. You will try to stop it, and you will die.
But there's another path. Take my power. I give it willingly. But I want you to be your own person. I won't do this to you. You will lose me in any path but this. If we do nothing, we'll die with everyone else. If we flee, I will have the weight of 1,000 lives on my shoulders. I couldn't live. I would be lost either way. This is the way it must be. You deny your daughter. The flood comes, and despite your best efforts, the village is swallowed, 1,000 bodies and 1,000 homes. But that's not how it happened. This has already come to pass, and there is no changing it now. No matter how much you might wish it had all gone differently. You accept your daughter's decision. She is not the child she once was. There is a confidence in her that you have no choice but to respect. You take her back. Her power becomes yours. The flood does not come. The village is saved, and no one ever knows the sacrifice that was made for their lives. No one but you. Years have passed. You outlive everyone you used to know. You move on. You meet new people. You start a new life. You have another daughter. This time the vision is yours. The piece of your first daughter that lives in you shows you what is coming. Rotting bodies in the streets, the smell of sickness on the wind, church bells ringing for an endless parade of funerals, an entire city whose gates will never reopen, everyone inside the walls falling to the curse of the plague. You are among their number, your body no longer strong enough to heal even itself. You are not enough to stop it. Not as you are.
There's another path, a narrow thread. If you were stronger, you could tug at it and unravel the tapestry of the future. Mother, what's wrong? Your daughter will never be as strong as you are, not after what you had to do. But she still carries in her some strength, enough. You tell her what's coming. You explain what she has to give up, what you both have to give up. You love your daughter, after all. You will miss her, as you miss your first daughter. She's angry. Even when you try to explain that she will be a part of you, that she won't die, she cries, and she tries to run away from you. Fate is attempting to cut its loose thread. Your daughter leaves you. You resign yourself to the future. She is one of the first to die. The streets flood with disease, and the bodies are buried, then burned, then left in heaps on the streets until no one is left to remember any of their names. But that's not how it happened. You do not let your daughter run from you. No plague comes. The city never knows that it would have been a ruin. But there is an unhappiness in you. She didn't understand, and what you took of her is angry, confused, restless. You will have to carry that with you. It is part of the burden of what you are. Though no one knows the depth of what you have done, over the years you have not escaped notice. You find yourself in a capital, in a place whose name has changed too many times to count. A war is brewing. The eyes of those who hold fate in their hands are on you, their lips asking which threads to pull and which to cut. And the tapestry is once again revealed to you. The war rages, and it never stops raging, bleeding that spans generations, children born to die, decades of pain that leave a raw wound in the world. Or it ends before it begins. The few die for the sake of the many. You can guide powerful hands to crush those that need crushing, if only you have more power of your own. You call your daughter to you. You raise them differently these days. The disquiet left by the reluctant daughter taught you a permanent lesson. They don't need convincing anymore. They are ready to return to you whenever you need them. That's called grooming. You have a change of heart. It has to end sometime. You let her go. Hundreds of thousands suffer. Countless lives are cut short. Your daughter is among them. Even in her privileged place by your side, the war reaches her, and the both of you burn along with everyone else. You saved her for nothing. But of course, that's not how it happened. This daughter joins her sisters easily, as she has been trained to do. You are the only one who will remember her sacrifice and her name. A small rebellion is crushed before it becomes a revolution. The people in power are happy. You leave. You don't want to see any more visions of war. You set your sights on a place where there are no kings. And yet, even an ocean away, power finds you. A man with aspirations. Anyone can hold power here, you have discovered, if they're vicious enough to want it. The hunger in him senses the power in you, and for a time you humor him. You allow him to give you a life of comfort, you and your daughter. You don't see a future where he ever grows more powerful than you can manage. Not until the vision comes. A war like none the world has ever witnessed, a fledgling nation devoured in the nest, a man who sits on a throne where none was meant to be, the world under his cruel fist bowing to its crushing weight. The very ocean stained red by his influence. He is already on his way, you realize too late. You've been too close to him to see it. Your choices have already narrowed. The war is coming, whether you strike now or not, the loose thread sticking out from a mass of blood, with you too weak to grasp it. But you have a daughter. You always have a daughter, until you don't. It's time to rest. Aren't you tired? Of course you are. But the world needs you. You can't let it end like this. The part of you that is your first daughter can't let you. She joins her sisters, as is her destiny, and you remove him from the world. The hole where he was is filled by lesser men, none of whom remember whose shoes they're stepping into, and none of whom can hope to command the way that he would have. Blood is spilled, less blood, but you still feel every drop. You hide yourself away from the world. You and your daughter. The visions still find you, but here they are small, the delusions simple. You make them all the same, helping where you can, a storm halted, or the decisions simple. You make them all the same, helping where you can, a storm halted, a conflict settled. Until one day, you are shown a dark pit. Splintering wood, debris trapping everyone inside, bodies burning as the very rock catches fire, children screaming as their flesh bubbles, then silence as their lungs fill with smoke. You know the choice that lies in front of you. She joins her sisters as so many have before her. The disaster is averted, lives are saved, and you have another daughter. But that's not what happened. You take your daughter's hand and look her in the eyes. They're green, like yours. You don't want to do it this time. You stare out over the hills together as a plume of smoke rises into the air, but you can't hear the screams from here. You assume you will die one day like anyone else. After all, you're long past due. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to know your grandchildren before you go. Then the man comes, and with him, a vision. He has already decided. He is bringing something here, something ravenous, that doesn't belong but that has already been pressing at the edges of your world, trying to find a way in. It has its way now, whether you help him or not. More of the thread you followed comes into focus, and for the first time you follow it beyond your death. Disaster after disaster, crisis after crisis, thousands of years of little cuts that you weren't there to mend. On and on it goes, longer than you can ever hope to follow, its toll eternal and incalculable. But there's a new thread, too. If you're patient enough, if you're strong enough when the moment finally comes, if you do everything right, you can devour this thing that sits outside the world, and it will give you so much power that you will never have to take back a daughter again. You could fix as many things as you'd care to fix. Floods, plagues, wars, kings. You look into her green eyes, so much like yours. You can't, but you did. Take her back and summon the entity into the world. You welcome her back as you have with every daughter before her, and you help the man. He is arrogant. He cheats the thing from another world in every way he can. He wastes your time. There will have to be more daughters before the day comes that this will be over. But days and daughters come and go, and you are very patient. You have to be, if you're to stop the hurt that would scar a world without you there to guide it. And now, here you are, on the cusp of the end, the final daughter. Millie? Tabitha? What are you two doing here? Are you real? Yeah, we're real. Are you? I don't know. Probably. I wasn't expecting anyone to see me off. I especially wasn't expecting the two of you. So that means you've made up my mind, yeah. Don't try to talk me out of it. It won't work. You're kidding me. I forgot you. I can't believe it. All day, it's like you just didn't exist. That's weird. I can't even remember that I forgot about her. Yeah, it's part of all this. Soon enough, you can go back to forgetting, and it'll be all like all this never happened. You won't even know to be upset about it. You don't have to do this, Kanika. Yes, I do. You saw what's going to happen if I don't. What am I supposed to do? Go back to my normal life after this, knowing how many people are going to suffer through the generations because I was too selfish to save them? How could I ever live with myself? Actually, I think this is all fucking stupid. You're just going to do what Sybil says, no questions asked? That's not the Kanika I know. You're as stubborn as I am, remember? That thing is asking you to give up your life for some vague greater purpose, and even that is probably a lie. It says it's done this before. It's probably come up with a perfect line to feed each and every one of its victims so they'll go willingly. Don't you have dreams and ambitions and stuff? Do you really think none of those matter just because it said so? Where's this coming from? I thought you hated me. No, Kanika, I have respect for you. You stick to your guns. You're the one who hates me. I don't hate you. Quiet, dear. There's no need to let the Scarlets talk you in circles. You already know the right answer, remember? You're right. All of this needs to end. I know what I have to do. I should have known the two of you would be trouble. You and your family have always valued your hold over the town, on the town over the happiness of its residents. How can you look around at the way things are and see anything but misery? Do you know what I see when I look at Scarlet Hollow? I don't care. I see the remains of some long-dead thing. Hollowed-out mountains where hollowed-out people work to scrape the last few crumbs of death from dried-up seams, hoping to animate the corpse of this town for long enough that they can see tomorrow. You don't think you're just another one of those hollowed-out husks, Sybil? We can add Perlan's sharp wit to the long list of things you've inherited from her. That list is going to get a lot shorter once I burn the whole goddamn family legacy to the ground. Eh. How did that happen? Grub got on the keyboard and ruined everything. There we go. She's like straining to get back on the keyboard. She just loves to just rest her head on it. That list is going to get a lot shorter once I burn the whole goddamn family legacy to the ground. It's good to see your heart in the right place, Tabitha. Don't think that I'm ignorant to the ways you've suffered. I know you've taken no real pleasure in running the mines. I know that you've desperately wanted to be a different person than your responsibilities would ever let you be. And I know that you care about those responsibilities because you know what will happen to other people if you don't carry your burdens. Did you hear me, Sybil? I'm done with all of that. And I'm still talking. You do best to listen before your stubbornness gets somebody killed. Oh, other than your own daughter, you mean? Yes, Tabitha, I'm talking about so many more people than my daughter. Do you think I want to do this to her? That I've wanted to do this to every daughter I've had before her? Kanika can't save you on her own, but I can. I don't need saving. Then let's ignore your self-sacrificing tantrum and turn elsewhere. I know you still care about Stella. What about saving her? What kind of danger is Stella? What about saving your cousin? Tabitha falls silent. I wish this wasn't how this had to be, but it's the only way any of your stories gets a happy ending. A truth unstained by illusion. There is no witchcraft in her words, no trickery, at least not in her heart. But perhaps there remains a narrow path for you to walk. Of course, the scratching on the walls, this was what it was for. You know, you don't know what you don't have to know how to speak it. The thought of it brings the sound to your lips, the name forcing its way out, yearning to be free from your mind and used as the dagger it is. The dagger tears into her. Everything that is not her pours out of the delicate tapestry of her existence, the parts she arranged so neatly scattering, their voices filling the dream around you, confusion as her careful order is upended. A single dangling thread comes into focus. What's going on? Is she winning or losing? Before another word can slip through her lips, Tabitha's mouth seems to vanish. She silently claws at the smooth skin where it used to be. I'm still just as strong as I was. Don't be fooled by appearances. Millie, listen to me. I am one of the few people who want to see you walk free, truly free. Tabitha knows this. She's just not thinking rationally anymore. She didn't think she'd actually like you, and now that she does, she'd rather set the whole town on fire than let me actually fix mistakes that your family has made. But even if you don't believe a word I've said about your own safety, I'll give you something else, too. A piece of my power to keep for yourself. As you are now, you're limited in your potential. There's so much more that you could be. I could give that to you. Consider it a wish granted. I only need to finish what I started. So we can gain a trait. But fuck Sybil. You ignore her offer. You grab the thread and pull. The delicate tapestry is unwoven, the witch's careful work torn open if only momentarily, as her daughter's hands are finally unbound enough to grab for their mother. Their cries are a song, calling out as they drag her down into the depths of their mass, craving her warmth, her attention, her love, as it has been so long since she held them. The tapestry weaves itself shut around her. Their cries grow quiet, sated. The witch is gone. Kanika catches her breath in the space once occupied by her sisters. Now she stands alone. Though she isn't really alone, not anymore, and she never will be. She wears the weave of all those generations of power. Someone has to. What did you do to me? Tabitha's lips finally unseal. Her mouth reappears, fixed in a confused scowl. That's a good question. Is she gone, or is she what you were going to be? I can feel her in here, but she's small. So small, it's like she's just a thought. Was that really you earlier? Or was that her talking through you? No, that was me. I said those things, and I meant them. I really believed it. I still do. There are a lot of ways. She wasn't using her power right. I know you will. But I don't know anything. Doesn't sound like she can use it to me. Magic isn't supposed to be real. She never told me anything about all this, let alone taught me how to use it. I'm just gonna mess it up. Am I supposed to do what she was going to do? How do I even know what that is? How do I save the town if I don't know what's wrong with it? I know more about this town than anybody. You don't have to worry about doing what she thought was right. But it sounded like it was really important. There's that thing from the vision, the devourer. Am I supposed to use all this power of hers to, what, kill it? Sounds like she wanted to make it a part of her. Like she was going to do to me. This is all too confusing. We should get out of here. I need time to think. Do you know how to leave? I think so. Everybody hold on, okay? Kanika takes both your hands. She pulls and the world shifts nauseatingly around you. Feels like you're being buoyed upwards, ascending rapidly. Her grip firm as reality seems to rush to meet you until finally you surface. You're outside. It's raining. You have no idea where you are. Tulip! Janie! This is the end of episode 5. Only one major content update remains until the story reaches its conclusion in the final chapters. Yeah, Kanika got the metaphysical peanuts. Bindin. Little Bindin. What am I supposed to do until the next chapter releases? Go play through it like 50 times and see all the different ways things can wind up. I didn't know that it was possible to have
So I interpreted this as the creature was Sybil, or at least was influencing her and warping her perception. If Sybil was able to actually eat the daughter, then would become a Cthulhu thing. Thoughts?
Yeah, so if we look at what Sybil was doing, it seems a lot like what the entity was doing, right? At the end there, Kanika called the entity the Devourer. That's what Wayne is. The thing that is inside of Wayne is you know, they've been feeding it people. Let me pull up my my cool meme. Where'd it go? Where's that meme? That's not my meme. Here we go. Let's get that loaded. New source, we'll do image. Add source. Add a new source instead. There we are. I got the date wrong. I put October 14th. It's October 28th. But, yeah, so if you look at what Sybil was doing, it doesn't look all that different from what the entity is doing. And I think maybe she started out as like a person, and like through a series of well-intended decisions and justifications, she became something very much like the entity. Why don't I stream on Twitch? Because it's a big hassle, and I don't know. I'm a YouTuber. I stream on YouTube. Watching one shot's hard enough. Grub, get off of me. Grub is like on me trying to bite me. So I think I convinced Tabby that like I didn't send Reese to kill her. He just found out what she was definitely like. She was gonna do that. Like she did invite the cousin here to put them in the hole and continue the whole thing. But because she got along with the cousin really well and decided that she couldn't do that to somebody. So like, you know, she decides, well, screw this. And then it turns out the cousin has magic powers and takes Sybil out of the picture. So, yeah, I don't know. I also don't think Wayne is exactly evil. I mean, like, he's obviously... I think, if you talk to... Like, what Sybil was saying was like, oh, my daughters are inside of me and each one is like a thought. I think Wayne is much more the people he is than... Like, I think when Wayne eats somebody, they just become like a full... Like, fully them becomes a part of him. And he's just so big that he's like a conglomeration of all these things. Because, like, the fact that he still likes the doll, and that he's still trying to play piano, like, I don't know, maybe Teddy was trying to learn piano or something. That might have also been Alexandra, because she got stuck in there when she was a little kid, which is around the time you start teaching kids piano. And, you know, maybe he's just like an organism that wants to grow and go out and, you know, do things, and that might mean eating people. So that's bad, but it's hard to attribute like the same kind of like evil to him that you can attribute like to Sybil and even Tabitha. Yeah, so I think the next chapter of this is going to be pretty funny, because like, how do we reconcile Reese and Tabitha? There's a very funny... So if you have hot, you can diffuse the situation with Reese without anybody dying. And it's very funny because if you had called Tabitha, you like intervene at the last minute and you're like, don't shoot him, he's my boyfriend. And she's like, what the fuck? It's especially funny if she likes you and you say that, because she's then like, all right, but if I forget what she says. She's like, if he I need to look this up because it's funny phrasing. Oh right, it's all right, but if he lays a claw on you, I'm gonna finish what I'm gonna finish what I started. It's very silly. Yeah, and like the manipulation tactics that like Wayne uses are not different from the ones that Sybil and Tabitha use. Like all of them are, and then we see that Pearl Ann was doing the same thing. Like they're all just showing you the part of the story they want you to see. Like if you have, I think you have keen eye or book smart, you can figure out that the boot prints that are going through the forbidden wing of the estate are all Wayne's, and like he clearly has like laid a path for you. I think Sybil lies the most, but is probably the most well-intended, but I think she's deluded. And the fact that, yeah, and there's also the fact that Sybil's using like mind control, which is deeply unethical. There's actually a really fucked up, if you have a romance with Kanika going and then you fail to save her, that's rough. If you have, I think you have to have had the tea. Oh, the other thing is if you shower, Sybil can get her claws in you that way. There are 4 ways that Sybil gets you. she's in the water, and the water at the estate is spring water, so she gets you through that. She gets you through the tea. She gets you if you don't have mystical, and she gets you if you're not in love with, or if you don't have a really good relationship with Kanika. So if you don't shower and don't drink tea, and if you like Kanika, like, and if you have a good relationship with Kanika, and if you are mystical, like, you just completely shrug her off. But if you, even if you have a relationship with Kanika, if you've showered and you've drank the tea and you don't have mystical, it's pretty hard to save her. And I think if you are old, you actually can't. Colin Forbes says, "Whoa, didn't know about the shower." Yeah, you might have caught that Julius said something like, I don't know if we actually saw that, but sometimes Julius realizes that she has somehow tricked him, and he's like, but I didn't drink the tea. There must be some other way she's doing it. So, but I think if you have hot and powerful build, you can actually shower without penalty, because one of the options is for hot and powerful build is when you're showering, it's you think about nothing, your mind a complete blank. So you can just like bimbo, himbo, thembo your way through the shower, just like Giga Chad. Just all you're hearing is like hard bass. Just the tea also shuffles. It doesn't just remove anti-Sybil dialogue. It also shuffles the pro-Sybil dialogue choices to the top. Do not say Sybil girl bathwater, please. Yeah, the game does a lot of really subtle stuff that you don't realize. Like, certain I mentioned earlier that, like, they hide a lot of information in dialogue choices that you wouldn't want to click generally, but, like, you're like, oh, that tells me something that my character knows that I don't necessarily have to voice, but, like, now I know that I know that. And the way that the dialogue choices are arranged are often in the choice of, like, the most obvious thing to the least, or like, but like in terms of like what your character would think. And sometimes those get shuffled around not just by the T, but by other circumstances, like saying that you trust somebody or having a good relationship or knowing things. It's pretty cool. Yeah, and it just doesn't feel like a visual novel at all. It was because what they said in the interview was actually, I think I can. Do I have a save? I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, there's so many really cool routes through the game. It's amazing stuff. I've got to like just devour everything else. But what they were saying in the interview was that they decided that the unit of interaction in the game would be decisions, and so they kind of stripped out everything else. So there's no die rolls like Disco Elysium. There's no walking around. There's no doing anything other than making choices. And because of that, they can do stuff that like you wouldn't have thought of. And like another thing that Tony said was like the conventional wisdom is like, oh, you know, games have to be limited in what they can offer you because it's too hard to make a game where you can do anything. And it's like, maybe it's not, you know, maybe that's just something people say and actually nobody's really given it a shot. Because the level of like variability here is wild. Yeah, what if you just did it anyway? And it takes a while, but if you think about the fact that this is how does the way you treat the guy on the bus change things? So I think it might establish like details about your character. Like, I don't think it, I haven't looked at the code or anything, but if I had to guess, I would say, while it won't move the needle on like interactions that you're going to have, because it's obviously, you're not making an impression on anybody who, yeah, you can become allergic to peanuts in that scene. I do wonder if like it like uses it to fill in some biographical details, like what your personality's like and stuff, so that it kind of does the opinion shuffling thing around, not the choice shuffling thing around. And then also that guy got off the bus right before we got to Scarlet Hollow, and then the bus crashed, and like everybody was horribly injured like immediately after. That's why Rosalina comes home from the hospital so soon. I do wonder if that guy's gonna wind up being like Kane in Bloodlines, where he's like been the cab driver the whole time. Bound Alice says, "Wait, what? Yeah, the bus crashed. A bunch of people were like injured, and the hospital's like overflowing with patients from the crash. Yeah, it's the same bus. And you can even ask about it, and they're like, yeah, it's terrible." It gets mentioned when you go to see Rosalina and Oscar after Rosalina's lost her foot, and you can talk to Oscar about it more if you go to visit him on day 3 in the morning instead of hanging out with Tabby. I think also Joan says something about it at some point. I feel bad about Joan because as much as like... So Reese is like accusing Joan of being what Sybil is, basically. But Joan is not that. She's made a bad choice in the same way that like Julius did. But she is genuinely aware that he will turn into a crazy monster and kill everyone if something isn't done. It's just that she took the wrong action. And once she took it, it was something she could never take back. Because if you... And like the devs have said, like that situation was kind of doomed because of their Reese and Joan's personalities. I'm not sure we're getting on the bus on day 7. I'm not sure that's what happens in the last chapter. What do I think about Julius and the whole baby? I think Julius is a guy I really like. I think he's somebody I feel like I understand. I feel really bad for him. He had like a sunk cost fallacy going, and then the thing grabs Bo, and he's aware of like that it's gonna kill him if he tries to mess with it, or it's gonna... So like in his head he's like doing the justification math, like, okay, I can't get this thing off of Bo. Bo will probably die if I pull it off of him. The thing will attack me if it... And it already got him, and he broke into my house, and he's from my enemy, my you know, the blood of my enemy, or whatever. So he's got all these justifications that don't add up to murder. Which is also the case with Reese, I guess. I don't think Reese was right to murder Joan, but the alternative is also, like, the alternative is worse. Because if you've ever sided with Joan in that confrontation, it's pretty bad. It's very possible that there's no saving the town and we all just have to move on. Yeah, probably. Gonna be like Life is Strange. We just leave. And another thing is that I think Reese is the same kind of I think the main character might be a similar kind of being to Reese. Because if you talk to Joan, if you go upstairs and follow Reese during that confrontation, and you talk to Joan when you're in the panic room, she says that she just got pregnant one night. Like she kept having like these sleep paralysis dreams that were like, she called them romantic and said they were nice, and then she was pregnant all of a sudden. And that happened. Reese is like almost the exact same age as the main character. We also don't know who the main character's dad was, and I kind of think maybe Reese was the Scarlets trying to... either the Scarlets or the entity trying to spin up a new body or something, and then it just kind of failed because it was yeah, somebody says the stone baby. Yeah, so the entity is split up into... We see Wayne walking around, but there's more of him. Each of the stones has an entity inside of it, and they're all part of a whole, as we understand it. I think Wayne favors us because we are like his destined body. I think he's the... I think That's why he like doesn't want you to get old. He doesn't want you to get hurt, because like that's going to be him. He's going to walk out of town in your body. And yeah, Wayne calls Reese a mistake, a prototype for the protagonist. I think that's what's going on. I think, yeah, they tried to, either one of the entities or the Scarlets or somebody, not Wayne. Reese is not Wayne's son, I don't think. If we're calling Wayne the chunk of the entity that's walking around inside that body, because, but yeah, I think because he's not a Scarlet, it didn't come out right. And he's like a shape-shifting monster instead of a... And yeah, somebody says, is that why the main character can have all these different traits? Maybe there's something to that, like there's sort of a mutability of spirit in the same way that Reese has a mutability of body. But I think also Tabitha can smell Reese because he smells like ozone. If you watch the confrontation between Reese and Wayne, and you have keen eye, you see Wayne's true form for a second, and he's like a living lightning bolt. He's like inside of the body, and he like snakes out for a second to strike Reese. And Reese even has like a lightning bolt shaped like burn on his shoulder after that. But so like we said, lightning makes ozone. Reese smells like ozone. Pearlan and Tabitha could both detect it, but didn't necessarily put two and two together, I don't think, because they're used to smelling ozone down the hall where, like, great-aunt Alexandra is locked in a cell, probably acting crazy. Somebody says, I hadn't considered that Reese might be that directly connected to the overarching mystery. I think all of it is connected. I think everything is from the stones. I think it's, I think the stones kind of incited everything. But Pastor Daniels is older, and he's not from Scarlet Hollow, so it's unclear how he would have gotten the gift, unless he was born there or he went through there when he was a very little kid and it got him. But because what we hear from him is that he's an out-of-towner. Yeah, when Sybil was sensing the Devourer for the first time, it looked like a lightning web, or like a web of lightning, and it also made a thunder sound. So the witch is older than the stones. She's hundreds. She's like from like the early Middle Ages or something. So she's like close to 1,000 years old, I think. At least, like just judging by what we see in the first couple of scenes with her. I don't think Sybil cursed anybody. So the Danny O'Danny asks, do you think Sybil cursed the pastor? Or is it proximity to the stone? I think if you read about some of the history, you'll see that the Enoch was doing the restoration project for all of these historic buildings as a way to preserve them and restore them. So that's the estate, the church, the hospital, the town hall, and the Tremaine and Callaway farms. And I don't remember which. I think you need book smart and you need to be able to like look around in the back of the house. But you find some documents that state that the pastor at the time was really resistant to whatever renovations Enoch was trying to make, and they wound up having to dig tunnels under the church at great expense. So I think there's like a grudge between the pastor and Enoch, which makes sense because, you know, Baptists aren't fond of witchcraft. And the tunnels are probably what go to Tetanus Lake, and that's why the whatever creatures are telling to go out there. Yeah, also in Reese's room, there are a bunch of paintings of lightning bolts, and if you ask Reese about Wayne, if you follow Reese upstairs and you watch him kill Joan, it's really gory. I was like shocked at how gory it was when he did that. You can ask him if he knew Wayne, and he says I've never seen him before, but I've dreamed about him, and I know his voice. And there are paintings in his room that look like yellow lightning bolts with eyes. Also, my big theory is that I think that I think that Stella is supposed to be a monster hunter. I think she's supposed to be a hero in the same way that, like, Susie is supposed to be a hero in Deltarune. And I think that, like, an unfortunate life history has caused her to be unable to make use of the gifts she was born with and the destiny she was born to, because she has powerful build and she has street smart and she's connected to Tabitha and she believes in the occult and her job is to hunt monsters. Like, that's her day job. And Gretchen is like, I'm a faithful monster hunting companion. So, like, Stella's supposed to be like a Van Helsing type. But also you can find out that Stella's dad was like a famous hunter who was like known all across the region as the best hunter and tracker around, and he taught Stella everything he knew, which is a weird thing to teach a teen girl in the South, right? Not super weird, but, like, it doesn't seem like Stella's like a big old hunting gal. Do I think the destiny is a hard thing like in Deltarune? No, because you can mess with it all the time in this game. I think there was a bunch of stuff that was supposed to happen and the town screwed it all up. Because the thing that stopped Stella is that she tried to go to college and the town killed her parents. And so she's got like a freeze response to trauma and can't be the hero when she needs to be. And yeah, Sybil seems to think it can be changed. So I think the threads had an original pattern and it got all screwed up. And so, like, Kanika, I think, is supposed to wind up with Reese because Kanika has hot and mystical. Those are Reese's, that's Reese's save trait and his favored trait. And there's a bunch of art where he's like looking at her, like there's that cute little drawing where he's like, they're all in a cafe and he's like drawing her secretly. And also, Kanika's favorite trait is powerful build, which he certainly has. And there's a drawing where they're on the beach and she's like staring up at him, like she's dropped her ice cream. It's very cute. I recommend looking those up. I guess I could put them. Let me find it. This is the beach. They're kind of side-eyeing, they're eyeing each other a little bit. Where's the fair one? Actually, this image is a little bigger than it's shown. There we go. Here's the state fair. We even got Dustin. Yeah, his tail's just sticking out. Like, the way she's looking at it was very funny. She's just hopeless. We got the prize pumpkin. Yeah, peanut guy. Where is he? Oh, yeah, he's over here. He's got more peanuts. Wayne's running some kind of a game. The ribbon here says "Best Little Lady." I think you'd get a kick out of The Last Halloween. It's the webcomic Abby Howard made before STP. Yeah, I need to get in and read all those. Anyway, yeah, I love this game. I love this world. I think these two have created something really, really cool here. All right, my voice has been gone for a long time. Yes, so someone said Sybil was posed up like a stand user. Come on. What do I think about Avery? I think Avery's great. I think Avery, they did a really good job depicting somebody who's non-binary without, like, being stupid about it. Like, every time media tries to do, like, oh, this person's non-binary, it's either somebody who is just, like, they have, like, a side cut, or, like, a side shave, you know, and blue hair, and then they're just, like a kind of that stereotype, or they're like a like the writer's idea is like that it's some half woman half man kind of thing, whereas Avery is just Avery, right? There's not like a Avery seems to be non-binary because they have a fairly loose relationship with gender and aren't afraid of you know, coming off as femme in places. And I think also some of the stuff where they seem to be kind of seeking an alternative path to motherhood. Obviously, that isn't that luck didn't hand them that opportunity, and it's I think that's why Tabitha let them take the thing, because Tabitha's infertile, or she thinks she is, and so seeing somebody who also can't have kids being like, yo, let me do this, she's like, all right. The Kanika romance is really good. It's especially if you have the magic word, but the Stella one's amazing. Stella's really good. I don't get the Stella hate. I think Stella is one of the best characters. When I first started playing, I was like, oh man, the devs clearly like want me to like this character. That's not what they're doing. The character wants you to like her so that you can get close to Tabby. She's lost the love of her life and is like taking a shot at, you know, getting back with her by exploiting the fact that she can, oh, I met your cousin. I just happened to meet your cousin. Oh, we just happened to run into each other. And also I think there's like a fate thing going along there because these people are kind of supposed to come together. But she comes on really strong because she has a strong personality and, you know, this is her one shot to get what she wants. I think a lot of people dislike Stella because of some developments, like in Chapter 5, there are ways things can go that... Yeah, I'm not even going to comment on that scene. It's very good. I was shocked. That was the first one I got, Mickey. I was like, what the fuck? But that like blew my mind that they just went ahead and did that with their characters. I was like, okay, yeah, this game's got me. That's when I was like, oh, this isn't just like a visual novel with a lot of choices. It's something else that just happens to look like a visual novel. You know, so I don't think like the Xbox would work. Because I don't think it's you in the cell, right? Like they put you in the cell with the entity and it eats you. And it remembers being you and it has all your thoughts and maybe you're in there, but you know, it'd just be like Wayne in the cell. And it seems to not enjoy being in there, so. Like, you don't make those claw marks unless something's horribly wrong. So I don't think like the horrible state of that room was not for lack of like love for Alexandra. I think it was just that it was not possible or not plausible, not feasible for them to do better because the person in there was not cooperating with any effort. Also, I like when they say, we'll get you a plant. Right behind Tabitha, the plant on the windowsill is like clearly dying and uncared for. It's amazing. All right, I'm gonna bounce. Thank you all for tuning in. Azula says, during that scene, I think Stella's just operating with what Tabby told her. Yes, but you can also see, like, they have fallen into a codependent trap that they're never going to get out of. Like, as soon as they got together and made that decision, it's like that they're screwed. And it's not like... It's sad also because it's not going to go well for anybody. Like, you can't do that to somebody and then have a nice life, you know? And you can't be in a relationship where you're enabling somebody's worst traits and they're enabling all of yours and have that be a fun, happy relationship. Except that's not a relationship you can leave. If you know what's going on in that house, you can't just like be like, I'm not into it anymore. Like, you know, how's that gonna go? Like, so it's bad. It's a terrible situation. Anyway, later all,